Install Java. Install Java. Need to look at Java. Not much uses. Oh, Jesus. It was a little loud there. All right. Heck yeah. I think we're good. Feel like I'm missing something. I don't know what that is, but I feel like I'm missing something for some reason. I'm a little late tonight. Had a bunch of stuff I needed to do today, so I got started pretty late. Long day. Long day so far. Also, I got another headache. Not great. Not great. I think it's been sinuses. It's been super like humid. It's been going like it's been raining. It's been dry. So I think my sinuses are just jacked up. Took some Sudafed. Took some Motrin. Hopefully it'll go away after a little while. Had some dinner. It was good, man. We made some like Mediterranean type salad. Oh, it was so good. So good. I love salad. Salad is a great meal. The best meal, some would say. But it's Monday. Sort of. Last stream, what did we accomplish with Kate? We discovered a bunch of things. We learned more about Dana Rose. We experienced her, brief summer in the refuge in Silberspiegel, up in the mountains. We learned that she met, I think, Leon Katosis, I think his name was. He's the one that painted the picture of her. Then we got more information about her down at the Music Academy. And we repaired the, I don't know, the mechanism that played the orchestra. So we played a big band song, and then we found out where Dana lived, and so we broke into her old house. We broke in. There was a woman who owned a shop on the first floor. And since she didn't know us, she didn't want us like snooping around her stuff. God, why is my nose itch? She didn't want her snooping around her stuff. So we broke in. We distracted her and we broke into her house. She doesn't live there. I guess it's like the place of her business. And we found part of it bricked up, so we left and then broke into a different part of her house. So Kate be doing some untoward things. We climbed up the fire escape and broke into the third floor. It doesn't look like anybody's been in there since they closed it off. But some good progress, and I can say we're actually Leon now. She found some letters that Leon had written Dana, and so she's reading a letter from Leon when he was in, I don't know, some mountain range in Baltayar, I think it was called. And his expedition companions are getting a little ornery and angsty, and they're thinking of putting the blame. The reason why they haven't found the abominable snowman is his fault. And the expedition's patrons are, I guess this game's version of the Nazis. They're the Brown Shadow. So, they're going to tell them that it was his fault, which could mean Leon's execution. And we're Leon right now. We are Leon right now. The Big L. Yeah, Baltayar Mountains. I was right, man. Believe I remembered half that. Autumn 1937, the Baltayar Highlands. Leon's been part of the Origin expedition for several weeks now, searching for a mythical Gorin, the Yeti, the abominable snowman, otherwise known as the abominable snowman. There you go. But as winter draws near, the group is getting more and more tense. They're not finding anything. Now, in this universe, we've already found a kraken, so the abominable snowman could absolutely exist in this world. Totally could. It totally could. So we were just in base camp, and one of Leon's, I guess, people that he's leading on the expedition asked him to go find one of the other people who's kind of walked off the path, named Sour, I think. So I believe that's what we're doing here. Find Horst Sour. Exactly. I am a genius. Alright, so we searched the camp before we left. So we need to find Horst Sour. I think we're supposed to be in, like, the Himalayas. We're in, like, a handful of, like, fictional countries. Ostertal, I think, is supposed to be kind of like Poland.
Autumn is here. We'd better leave the mountains soon, or we won't survive.
But maybe not, maybe not. What's the mountain range in? This is supposed to be between China and Russia. So Nepal is in the southwest of China, right?
Autumn is here. We'd better leave the mountains soon, or we won't survive.
The Himalayas are in the in the southwest, western part, right? So what's like the Ural? What mountain range is in northern southern Russia and northern China? Mountain range in between Altai. It goes across China, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and Russia. Altai. That's right. Right, and the Himalayas are in western part. Western, southwestern. So they're supposed to be, I guess, in like the Altai mountain range, I'm guessing, or some sort of fictional mountain range. I'm not entirely sure.
Anyone there? Looks like someone's left their gear over there. Better check it out.
Inspect the equipment left behind before you set off again. Equipment left where? Oh, here. That was not obvious.
One of us must have stayed here. For a rest, maybe? Whoever it belongs to must have left in a hurry to have left it behind.
Dude, your water's important. You don't leave that behind.
Stopping to read in the middle of the wilds. That's Sour all over. One of the scientists must have stopped for a rest here. Most probably Sour. But what made him leave in such a hurry that he left behind all his gear? I'd better have a look around to find out what happened here.
Frogs. That wasn't it? Inspect the equipment left behind. Did I not? I guess there's no more equipment there.
What on earth is that?
The
That
handprint.
mark must be what caused Sour to stop and rest for a while. I'd better head out and try to find him to clarify the situation.
It's a handprint. I mean, there could be a native peoples that, you know, live in the mountain ranges. Maybe. Right? Pretty hard living,
What
but...
in God's name is that?
I don't know. What in God's name is what?
Sour? What in the world?
Shh! Look what I found.
Is that a...
A go room. Yes, it's a go room. I heard him cry as I was taking a break near the path. Hurry, we must go fetch the others.
You go. He looks injured. I'd better stay and try and reach him before the current carries him away.
Right, Leon. Okay. But don't lose him.
Monkey Man.
All right, little fella. Don't move. I'm coming to get you.
What if, a mama or a dada, think you're going to attack their child and try to, murder you? Monkeys have monkey strength.
Current's too strong to swim across. Better find another way.
Well, they don't have tails, so they're gorillas, but still.
All sorts of debris has been carried by the river. But other than trying to build a raft, I don't know what use it can be.
I mean, build a raft then, man. Rafts are good. I don't think I'm just relegated to right here. I might have some room.
The trunk isn't very thick.
There was that hatchet. A mountain machete. Get the axe, dude, not a machete. Machetes aren't made for logging. Made for, like, dense brush. He wasn't even hitting that side of the tree.
Easy, Leon. Now's not the time to get a dunking.
Oh, oh. Reach Golem.
Take it easy. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to look at your wound.
It has pants on.
What can I give him to show I mean no ill?
Fish. Hardtack biscuits. Food's always good.
There you go. Good boy. It's all right. Don't be afraid. You're all right, fella. Good boy. Eat up, fella.
Tackle him. What's up, Kabito Jack? How you doing? Happy Monday. It was alright. How was yours?
It's good, isn't it? Leg broken. I just want to look at it, all right? Look, little fella, if you let me see your wound, you can have another biscuit later, yes? It's broken, all right. Must be very painful. You're a brave boy. If I could clean the wound and brace your leg, we should be able to get you back to camp and make it better. Hold on. I'll be right back. Just be patient, little fella. I'll be right back.
Dude, you gonna set the gorilla's, you're gonna set the gorilla's broken leg is gonna make some terrible noises. He's not gonna be happy. You got caught up on the Syberia VODs. Nice, cool game so far. Yeah, started to disagree with the main character at the end of 3 though, with that bridge bribe. Yeah, but there really wasn't much of a choice in that situation. Like, what else was she really going to do? I mean, that one was clearly, like, the first, like, egregious way that she, like, broke the law. Everything else had been kind of, like, forced into her, where that one, but, like, she needed to get them across the bridge as quickly as possible, and there were people that were, like, hot on her trail that were trying to arrest her. So I feel like it was the quickest and easiest way of a means to an end. I know what you're saying though. I agree, but I totally I think she didn't have much of a choice in the situation. Given the opportunity, I'm sure she wouldn't have resorted to bribery and would have found something else, but given the circumstances, I don't think she had much of a choice.
There's 2 bits of driftwood washed up there. They're straight enough to help get the Gorun back to camp.
The dream flashback during the ceremony too, you agreed with some of the dream characters. She up and left everyone. Well, yeah, but look at how everyone from the first game, look at how everyone treated her. No one had her best interests in heart. No one ever asked. Everyone was constantly going me, and no one ever took into consideration, one, she was doing this for work. Like, this is her job. She was doing this for a job, and literally everybody was going, what about me? Why don't you care about me? While she's doing her fucking job. Like, why is it taking you so long? Like, what about me? Why aren't you coming back to me? Like, every single one of them were. Every single one of them. So all the stuff that they bring up in that dream sequence in 3 is true, but it's all one-sided. It's all one-sided. No one once stopped to ask Kate what she wants. Not one of them ever cared or deigned to ask why she's doing this or what she wants to get from this. Nobody ever did. So all their motivations are purely based on selfishness. And she's a grown-up. She gets to make her own decisions. Like, if she was in some way compromised, or she had some sort of, like, mental illness or something like that, you go, okay, we need to help her out. But, like, her life fell apart because the people she had around her were terrible people. Like, who would want to go back to that? Her fiance just cheated on her with her best friend. I wouldn't want to go back and face that either. So it's a bit of avoidance of wanting to, like, go back and deal with this situation. And her mom wasn't acting super great either. Her mom was very self-concerned too. So going back to work, or kind of going out on this, like, expedition into the unknown that you kind of got, like, pulled into, and you're kind of partway through, yeah, I think that if my life, my personal life kind of fell apart, like, why would I want to go back right now? I'm over here, I have the opportunity to see something that no one's ever seen before, living mammoths. Yeah, I'm kind of being pulled into this wondrous world, and I've met these really interesting people, and everybody back home is just a giant piece of shit towards me. My boss at my company treated me like garbage, even though, you know, she was constantly trying to do something for them. They were treating her like crap. They sent a private detective after her to track her down and capture her for some reason. Yeah, everything kept pushing her further and further away from wanting to go back. It would have helped if she did talk to one of them, like her mother, with coming back home. You were confused with the chase. If it was mostly her mother forcing the company. No one ever asked her. No one once ever asked her. No one ever asked her. Be cool if there was an opening scene before Kate left showing all that, where she needed an escape. Yeah, I don't know why her former company was so hell-bent on that. It made no sense. If you removed all of that, it wouldn't have changed anything in the story. It did nothing. I think it was supposed to be a prop for some of the storytelling, but I think it just did a really bad job. What's up, Sean? How you doing? Get the detective stuff until they mentioned embezzlement, which I guess could make sense. Yeah, she didn't. Once they start rationalizing that stuff in part 3, you go, okay, so she never sent off the contract. But they don't. There's a lot of things in video games where things aren't, like, fully explained. So that's not embezzlement. It's not. Not turning in a signed contract is not embezzlement. That'd be a really hard thing to prove. And what is she gaining from that? Embezzlement means that, you know, she's gaining something on the side of that. She didn't embezzle anything. She didn't steal any money from anybody or take anything like that. So you'd find that hard to prove. Your downloaded version of Power World's back. Nice. Way to go, man. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. Yeah, I feel like a lot of what they were accusing her of. Now, the stuff that she did outside of that, some of the things that she was doing, I could see. The embezzlement, I was a little weary on. Stolen assets, maybe. Probably not, though. Probably not. And the thing, she didn't steal anything. It was a contract that was signed. Any number of circumstances could have prevented her from sending it off. I don't know why she didn't send it off. I don't think that's embezzlement, though. She could have been fired, but I'm pretty sure that that's not embezzlement. I'm like almost like 99% sure that it's not. But the fact that they wanted to like bring her back, just, it didn't make sense. Like, her mom, she's a grown-up. Like, you're a grown-up, you can make your own decisions, right? Her mom can want her to come back, and I mean, they could send somebody after her, but all she has to go is, get the fuck away from me, you're stalking me, you know? She's a grown-up, and she can make her own decisions, and just because you don't agree with somebody's decisions doesn't mean you can forcibly make them do anything. She's a grown-ass individual making her own decisions. She's allowed to do that. If she wants to gallivant around Europe and spend every last penny she has, that's her prerogative. It's nobody else's business other than her own. So, they all need to shut the fuck up and mind their own business. Well, okay, stay here. I was just letting you know that the authorities are after you. Good luck, see you. Yeah, I don't know why I mean, I guess because he had chased her so far across the country, he was hell-bent on doing it, you know? And so, I guess the authorities wanted to, I mean, somewhere along the line, she broke some law. What's up, Rudy? How you doing?
The Gorun might become anxious if I leave now. There must be something around here I can use to take care of him. That mark, judging by the shape, must have been made by the Gorun, probably before he got injured. I wonder what it means.
The hand. Goron was here. Goron was here.
I could use those creepers to tie up the Gorun's splint. They seem to be stuck.
Creepers? Jeepers, creepers, where'd you get those peepers?
They should do fine to hold the Gorun's splint together.
Cool, cool. Oh, we have a new emote. I finally got around to doing it. We have a new emote, nerds. It's taken forever. It's probably really gross, but we got some GGs. The GGs are literally made out of cereal. I tried so many different ways. I was trying to do an animated emote for GG. I just didn't like what I was making. I haven't really dabbled too much in animation. I haven't dabbled too much. And so some of the stuff that I was doing just wasn't coming out right, and I think my idea just... The idea in my head seemed a lot better than when I was like actually getting it done. I just didn't like it. And so I tried like a bunch of different iterations. I tried actually taking a picture of Fruit Loops floating in milk to say GG. And it's really hard to get those things to stay together and be in shape, because you have to like put them in individually, and I was trying to like hold them into position and stuff, and I couldn't figure. I was dedicating way too much time to this thing. And so I was just like, oh, okay, let's just stack a bunch of cereal together, and I'll just edit it down. Yeah, I was trying some stuff, and nothing that I liked. I didn't want to just have like a regular GG, which is what we ended up settling on anyways. I was trying to do something creative with it, and it just got to be a little bit too much, and I was just like, you know what, I just want to have one. So now we have this. Is a bunch of... It's at least unique. It's not just a GG. It's a GG made of cereal. So at least there's that. at least there's that. I liked my other creative way. and I may still do something with it. I tried a bunch of different like animated things, and I just need to do more work in it. And it was just taking too much time, so I'll try to get back to that again at some point. I'll try. It just was not working the way I wanted it to. Why? How long do those bugs live for?
Here we go, fella.
Oh, I got you some water.
This is going to sting a little.
Oh. No, I'm gonna pour it on his broken leg.
There. Wasn't so bad, was it?
Dude, I bet you that gorilla's stronger than him.
Now we just need to find a way to get you back across. Hey. Did you do that, little fella? Well. Better drawing than talking, huh?
Are you gonna get it? How you gonna get it across the log? It's gonna have to like crawl or something? It seems smarter than, you know, just a regular gorilla. A regular gorilla probably would have ripped him in half. It's also walking like it didn't break its leg.
Now we just have to wait for the others.
You want to sing the Pokemon theme song Power World style? Go for it, Sean. Go for it. Sing at the top of your lungs. We'll all sing along. In our hearts.
Huh? Oh. You want another biscuit? You learn quick. It was a young specimen, my darling Dana. Almost like a child. And as soon as we made eye contact, I knew this was a creature endowed with reason.
And this is why I became a lover.
When my companions joined me, I immediately sensed we did not share the same point of view. They seemed blinded by the discovery. They couldn't see the individual. It was clear the young Goran wasn't a person in their eyes, just a subject for study. In their excitement, they seemed to lose all common sense.
What is wrong with it? Fruit. Have some fruit.
You shut him up in a cage. What do you expect? He's frightened.
Shut it up, or I'm going to gag it. What's that?
Uh-oh. We're surrounded. I see him over there. Oh, there we go. I didn't know we had the pointer. Yeah, they look pretty solid.
Pass me the rifle.
Must be the Gorn's mother. If we give it back, she'll probably leave.
And deprive us of an adult specimen? Are you mad? All right, Mama.
Look at the size of her, Burger. Wound her, and we'll never get her back alive.
Who said we needed her alive? They can't all be live specimens, can they?
No!
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Burger, but I couldn't let you shoot the... Reinhard, you all right?
But he's killed Burger.
Ow!
Bauer, wait. You saw. It was an accident. He was going to kill the Gorin, sir. So I had no intention to...
Shut it, assassin!
Dude, Burger's skull was made out of baby skull. But he still had soft spots. his cranium hadn't fused yet.
My head.
I mean, he clearly gets out of this situation. He managed to send a letter. Try to escape. Oh, no, no, no. I will escape. Succeed in escaping. What if the gorilla people save me?
Looks like they're busy. Probably discussing what to do with me. If I can just loosen these ties, I'll be able to slip away without them noticing.
Excellent. Like a shadow in the thief.
I know what dangers await me in the mountain if I manage to escape from here. Oh dear Lord. Burger. I'm sorry. I never meant to...
He had baby skull syndrome. I mean, that's what happens if you didn't... He should always have worn a helmet.
That stone looks sharp enough. If I can reach it, maybe I can cut myself free.
If you know that you have a very soft, leathery skull and your brain is not protected, then you should always wear a helmet, and he didn't wear a helmet, so that's his fault. That's his fault.
I'll bring him some soup. We can't let him starve to death.
Bastard doesn't deserve food.
Typical horse, eh? Always the good Samaritan.
Oh! He gonna untie me? Perfect.
Aren't you afraid I was going to run for it?
They intend to hand you over to the authorities in Kantar for the murder of Reinhard Berger.
Doesn't surprise me. I came across a letter from Bauer that made me the scapegoat for everything that's gone wrong. Bauer had been planning this for some time now.
Well, that's not how it's going to be. I don't agree with what you did. But you don't deserve what Bauer and Jaeger intend for you. You must pretend to be tied up. Wait for them to fall asleep. Then take your gear and get as far away from here as possible. Hear me?
Right,
Yes, but
kill everyone in the camp. Got it. What we do.
So there you have the full story, my darling Dana. I don't know what will become of me, where my escape will lead me over the coming weeks, or what my life of a murderer on the run will be like.
What's up, Free Infinity? How you doing?
But always remember that my love for you is as strong as ever, and that my greatest desire is to hold you in my arms. I love you more than anything in the world. Leon, your mountain artist.
Dana! Oh my goodness! Dana! What's wrong, Puppet? Lena, come, quick!
Oh, she had a fit. A nasty spell. Well, I do declare, sir, that I caught a case of the vapors.
Dear Diary, so much has happened since I received Leon's letter a few days ago. I'm slowly recovering. Today, Papa and Mama told me that I was going to leave for a while. I'll explain what's going on, but I don't know where to begin. I need to gather my thoughts as I finish packing my suitcase.
Pack the sanatorium brochure. I want to pack a sanatorium. This is the game you were playing on previous? Yep. Same one still.
I was planning to give up all my old toys and dolls, but now I guess I'm going to need them in a few years.
She's pregnant? Oh, she have an extramarital baby? Oh, I'm telling.
I'll put you away in there as soon as I'm done, dear diary. Better to keep you safe than risking to lose you where I'm going.
Who gave her a baby? Getting all babified?
Come on, Dana. There were enough tears already.
Oh, but there can always be more tears. You are done crying. Oh. Says you.
As I said, dear diary, I'm leaving tomorrow. Papa and Mama are sending me to a sanatorium out of town for a few months. They say it's for continuing my convalescence. In other words, to send me and my secret away from prying eyes.
Makes
My
sense.
parents have accepted the offer from their longtime friends, the Zimmers, to pay for my hospitalization at the sanatorium. The Zimmers said it was in the name of their long friendship with Papa and Mama. But I think they feel bad that they can afford to flee Wagen in the Brown Shadow, whereas Mama and Papa can't.
What's up, Smoke? How you doing? What's up, Kale Goretrout? How you doing? Welcome in, guys. Happy Monday. How you doing? This nerd again? Always this nerd. Always this nerd. We got a nerd.
The ideal summer and winter resort in the most picturesque and enchanting spot looking over the River Dombra. Well, let's hope that's true.
I know. Your destination for a few months. I'm gonna be a mom. I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm gonna name my baby Baby. Innovative.
I hope you are well, Leon, wherever you are now.
When you're in the car in like wintertime and it's like you got the heat turned up, you ever put your hand on the window and feel the coolness of the window and be like, this neat, and then put your face on the window and then put your butthole on the window and you're like, yeah, that's the good stuff.
Papa and Mama have locked me up in here since they discovered my condition. I'm going to miss playing the piano while I'm away, let alone going to the academy.
Your condition is your condition. Aw, see, Free Infinity knows what's up. Free Infinity knows what's up, yeah. You ain't having to turn on the defrost every 20 seconds. You don't need to turn the defrost on every 20 seconds. Do you?
I'm almost done here. I just need to add my medicine and the brochure Herr Zimmer gave Papa and Mama. Oh, and a little souvenir of them would be nice.
Oh.
Junta inspired me, I guess.
Now that I think about it, Yunta had more influence on me than I thought. I now write myself reminders, as she suggested. This was the kind of like the combination. Because the windows fog up. Windows do be getting foggy. My my body heat be definitely causing the windows to get super foggy. People are like, oh, people are making out in there, and I'm like, nah, this is just me. It's just me. I'm hot.
Poor Papa and Mama. They were devastated when the doctor they called after I collapsed discovered my secret. That secret I dared not speak about to anyone. Not even you, dear diary. Now I can tell you. I'm pregnant, dear diary. Leon is the father. There were a lot of tears and screams when the doctor told Papa and Mama. But they finally decided to pretend that the baby will be the foster child of a missing relative. I know everyone expects me to feel guilty, but I can't help thinking of names. If it's a boy, of course it'll be Leon, to bring his father good luck. And if it's a girl, I think I'll call her Anna.
I would have said Gervin. Gervin is a good name.
Papa looks 10 years older since he learned of my pregnancy. But what seems to have affected him the most was to ask Herr Zimmer for help. Mama says Leon is nothing but an unscrupulous adventurer who took advantage of an innocent girl, but I know it's not true.
I mean, maybe he did. Maybe he did. Could have been unscroop.
It's late. I shouldn't roam about in the house.
Could have been big unscroop. What kind of Taco
No need
Bell?
to go in the bathroom. I've already packed my toiletries, and I won't feel sick again until tomorrow morning.
Yes, but whilst pregnant, the baby puts a lot of pressure on the bladder, so you have to go pee quite often, so let's go pee.
No need to go in the bathroom. I've already packed my toiletries, and I won't feel sick again until tomorrow morning. I'll put you away in there as soon as I'm done, dear diary. Better to keep you safe than risking to lose you where I'm going.
I mean, so Kate's mom's name is Sarah. So that's not Anna. So maybe this isn't Grandma? I mean, it would line up if it was her mom that she's pregnant with, right? Because Kate was born, like, in the 70s. And maybe it could be Grandma, too. Is 1937, so the baby would be born in, like, 38. So maybe not. That would be 50. You would be 50... 38. Yeah. 40 years. It could be. Or it could be Grandma.
The medication to treat my cough. Mama is forcing me to take it again since I collapsed after getting Leon's letter. I should pack it.
Could be. I'm not entirely sure. I think the twist is that somehow Dana is like related. Grandma, great grandma, something like that. We saw a picture of the grandparents. We saw a picture of the grandparents in the flashback for Kate. I don't think she said their names. Anna sounds familiar somehow, though. It sounds familiar somehow to me, though.
That scientist I met at the refuge, Horst Sauer, he brought me the letter after his return from Baltayar.
Interesting. So Leon's still on the run.
I can't believe Leon is on the run, all alone in those mountains in the middle of winter.
The High Plateau of Baltayar, October 5th, 1937. My dear Edelweiss, it has been months since I last wrote. I hate myself for not sending you news more often, and for not being able to receive news of you, but our expedition has taken us far from civilization and from its conveniences. I find myself now where probably no other modern-day humans has ever ventured before. Today, my companions are getting ready to return home. I regret to inform you that I won't be able to go back to Europe with my fellow survivors. Something bad happened during the expedition. I no doubt am partly to blame. So, here in these frightful mountains I shall remain for some time more. You'll probably hear them say all sorts of things about me. Not very pretty things, I would imagine. Nevertheless, I would like you to know my version of the events. I hope that these lines scribbled off in a hurry will allow you to understand what happened, and that your feelings for me will remain intact. Once we had cleared away the unavoidable logistical and administrative matters, the Origin expedition left behind Kantar, the capital of Baltayar, as well as any trace of civilization. After hard days of hiking, we set up our base camp on the threshold of a high valley where rhododendrons grew. All the witnesses seemed to occur. This was where the Goron, the famous man of the mountains, was most frequently sighted. Our Sherpas did not want to linger and were clearly terrified at the thought they might encounter humanity's missing link. Origin scientists were on a mission to capture a Goron and bring it back to Europe. The Brown Shadow, our wealthy benefactor, intended to boast to the international scientific community about its extraordinary discovery. As you know, several members of our group were entirely in agreement with its line of thinking. Others simply saw it as a generous and accommodating sponsor. Above all, we all shared a love of science and were not bothered by the fact that it sometimes required us to make some nauseating compromises. For weeks on end, we explored every mountain and valley around camp, but to no avail. There was not a single Goron in sight. A few blue bears succumbed to our thorough investigations, as they are somehow similar in shape, but the mysterious man of the mountains remains unseen. Autumn was approaching, the rivers started to freeze at the edges, and the prospect of having to head back with nothing for our toil was becoming more and more apparent. The joyful banner of the first weeks was no more. The men were becoming moody and tense, especially our chief, Reinhard Berger. Each morning, he sent the team out in every possible direction in search of any trace of the Goron. We were racing against the clock before the harshness of winter forced us back down into the valley. Yesterday at dawn, I left on Reinhard's orders to look for Horst Sauer, who had decided to follow the stream up the mountain. Horst was undoubtedly the least experienced mountain climber among us, and Reinhard was worried as he had not yet returned to camp. I eventually found him quite high up at a fork in the stream on an islet covered in everything the water had swept up. Horst pointed at a pile of sticks from which I could occasionally hear something, or rather someone, wailing over the noise of the bubbling stream. We could not believe our eyes. It was not quite human, not quite animal either. Its shape and fur looked just like the accounts we had gathered. It would appear Horst had found what we were looking for, the infamous Goron, abominable snowman to some, and the ghost of the Baltayar Mountains to others. I told my friend he should immediately go inform the rest of the expedition while I tried to reach the tiny creature tangled up in the middle of an island. Getting to the creature was quite a trial, but I will spare you the details. Its leg was seriously wounded. I attempted to secure it in a makeshift brace, and the creature finally accepted my help after I gave it a cracker. I then tried to bring it back to shore. It was a young specimen, my darling Dana, almost like a child, and as soon as we made eye contact, I knew this was a creature endowed with reason, some sort of primitive hominid. When my companion joined me, I immediately sensed we did not share the same point of view. They seemed blinded by the discovery. They couldn't see the individual. It was clear the young Goran wasn't a person in their eyes, just a subject for study. In their excitement, they seemed to lose all common sense. It's quite a challenge to calm them down and convince them the odd little creature needed food and medical attention. We eventually brought it back to camp, where I worked on repairing its fracture and dressing its wounds. I even managed to feed it some hardtack with jam. Delicious. Night was falling. For a while, my companions appeared to be treating the little Gorn with some degree of clemency, and had agreed the battery of tests to be inflicted upon it could wait until the following day. That evening, we all joyfully raised our glasses to the occasion. Reinhard Berger had hidden a few bottles of champagne and schnapps in the bottom of our trunks, just for the occasion. Excuse me. Around midnight, our small prisoner began to moan. It was a long and painful whine that echoed off the cliffs all around. We were tired from the events of the day. Some of us had knocked back quite a few and were not prepared to listen to screeching cries just as we were about to return in for the night. We walked over to the cage. Reinhard Berger tried to calm the Goran down, but to no avail. He was threatening to gag it when a booming growl rang out from the depths of the rocks, answering the young Goran's cry. The huge shape of what indeed appeared to be an adult Goran sliced across the moonlight and walked menacingly towards us. It clearly intended to free its kin. I advised my friends to clear the way and let this towering creature, probably the infant's mother, go by. We all know how powerful maternal instincts can be. Alas, Reinhard was not of the same opinion. He grabbed a rifle. Our expedition would be considered a success whether the Goran was dead or alive. Without so much as a second thought, I jumped on him right when he was about to pull the trigger and tackled him to the ground, so that the powerful anthropoid, who saw us as a mere obstacle between her and her son, would not trample him. Mother Goran destroyed the cage in the blink of an eye, breaking the bamboo bars like they were made of straw. She grabbed her infant and vanished from sight. They were not made of bamboo. I stood up, but Reinhard Berger did not budge. He was lying on the ground, dead. When he fell, the unfortunate bugger's head hit a rock, and it was my fault he was dead. As far as my friends could see, I was not trying to protect him from the Goran, but on the contrary, trying to keep him from shooting her. My dear Dana, I must admit that both these thoughts crossed my mind simultaneously for a split second. I considered the Goran to be a human being, a primitive one, but certainly not a wild animal, one who kills without hesitation. As you may have guessed, Sauer, Jaeger, and Bauer disagreed. As they saw it, I was the person who irresponsibly murdered their leader, and they intended to hand me over to the authorities in Kantar once we came down from the valley. They were so vehemently upset with me, I quickly understood they were incapable of mercy or understanding. They pulled me away from the group and tied me to a tree. After they buried Reinhard, my once-upon-a-time friends decided to put an end to our gruesome adventure as quickly as possible. They apparently wanted to leave straight away the next morning. Horace Sauer is to thank for me writing you this letter today. He told them he was bringing me food and took the opportunity to untie my hands. I can only imagine the bond we had created over the past weeks prevailed, and perhaps he felt the same way I did about the Gorans and their human-like qualities. I honestly do not know. Slipped away in the dark without further ado while they were sleeping. So, there you have the full story, my darling Dana. I don't know what will become of me, where my escape will lead me over the coming weeks, or what my life of a murderer on the run will be like. But always remember that my love for you is as strong as ever, and that my greatest desire is to hold you in my arms. I love you more than anything in the world, and my greatest wish is to hold you in my arms again. Leon, your mountain artist. Oh.
I need to finish packing my suitcase before we say goodbye, dear diary.
Now he also is a mountain man, and he is going to be raised by the Gorans. Now he truly is a mountain artist. Artist. That's the good stuff. I think we have everything we can take, right? No more crying. No more crying. Enough crying for one crying. Alright. So, a fartist, if you will, exactly. Mountain fartist. Where the wind will be our breeze. Very good. Take my drugs. And a photo of Mama and Papa. Mama loves Papa. Papa loves Mama.
Well, that should be it.
Close my suitcase, you close my suitcase.
All I need to do now is to conclude my diary entry and hide it somewhere safe with Leon's letter.
Say goodbye to your diary. I'm good at saying goodbye. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday.
Now you know everything, dear diary. It is now, I guess, the time to say goodbye for a while. All I can hope now is that Leon will survive winter in those faraway mountains, and that he will find a way to come home and clear his name. We will wait until then, me and the baby.
Oh, Kate's pregnant with emotions.
Me and the baby?
Do you still think there might be a family connection between you, Kate Walker?
It's plausible.
Well, all I know is that my family on my mother's side came from Europe. Well, like a lot of New Yorkers, right? I don't know from where exactly, but... And then there's the music box my mother left me, which it turns out plays the Vaughan anthem. I mean, it all seems so magical. Almost like destinies at play.
Or a coincidence, Kate Walker. The law of coincidences states that the more an individual is liable to believe in coincidences, the more coincidences happen to them.
But then there's the fact, Oscar, that everyone keeps telling me Dana and I look so much alike.
Also
what do you plan on
coincidence.
doing now, Kate Walker?
According to the diary, Dana left for a sanatorium outside of town. The records might tell what became of her and her baby. But before we go, there's something that's been bothering me.
What is it, Kate Walker?
The pogrom that Frau Heigl told us about, the one during which the house and the neighborhood were ransacked, happened in 1938, if I recall correctly. Dana said that she was leaving for the sanatorium for a few months at the end of 1937.
Indeed, Kate Walker. So it is very likely she was safe and sound over there when the pogrom occurred.
Yes, but what if she was home with her baby? I need to be sure before we leave for the sanitarium, Oscar. We need to search the neighborhood for more evidence.
All right, Kate Walker. Where you lead, I will follow, as long as you don't forget your bag.
Trust me, Oscar. You're the only friend I've got right now. I ain't losing you.
She said sanatorium, and it's sanitarium.
The room was ransacked and pillaged. During a pogrom of the Brown Shadow, I guess. God, I hope Dana was away that day.
Poor Shane. Poor Shane. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shane. There was the memorial that had like a bunch of dirt and stuff on it, but we don't have anything to clean that thing off with. There's got to be something around.
Threats, riddled with misspellings and signed, Frank Hoss. That member of the Brown Shadow who had it in for Leon at the refuge. Looks like he never forgave them, and was after Dana during the pogrom.
Indeed, Kate Walker. But the very existence of this message could mean she wasn't home when those tragic events occurred.
Come on, Oscar, we need to find more clues.
Clues. DJ clues.
So, according to that letter, Dana was supposed to stay at the sanatorium until December 1938. Looks like there were medical complications.
Oh no. Sister Magdalena, Baden Sanatorium, Ostertal, June 13th, 1938. Dear Herr Rose, please accept my heartfelt thanks for the new donation Herr Zimmer made to our institution on your behalf. Therefore, it's my pleasure to inform you that Dana can remain with us until December 1938. As you asked, it is indeed the most reasonable thing to do regarding the deterioration in her health. Please rest assured that we will continue to keep good care of her. Yours sincerely, Sister Magdalena, Mother Superior of the Baden Sanatorium. Well, we know what it is now. We just need to find out where it is.
We're getting close, but it's not enough to draw conclusions yet.
I don't know what kind of conclusions you need. Well, this was her kerchief.
Dana's initials.
Do we have anything in the diary that, find about the pogroms? Do we have any more information? No, this is the end. Okay. We're still in whatever the chapter is. There's an update.
We were on the other side of this wall earlier, Kate Walker.
It's like we've gone through a looking glass.
I do not understand, Kate Walker.
Forget it. I don't know what I'm saying.
If you say so, Kate Walker.
I do say so, and I'm Kate Walker. So there's nothing else here. I couldn't go any further to the left there. Maybe we have to go back in the other side again? Possibly. It doesn't appear that there's anything else I can interact with here. La 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 la. Don't mind me.
I've already found what I was looking for upstairs. No point going back and risking getting caught.
Oh. Oh.
I hope you won't hold it against me.
Okay. Well, what about over here?
Otto, Pfeiffer. What if... Some of the names are covered up with dirt. How could I clean it?
We got that handkerchief. This is just, 70-year-old handkerchief.
Anton and Lena Rose. Dana's parents. Oh God. They were killed during the pogrom.
Is Dana Rose also mentioned?
It doesn't look like it, no. But I need to be sure.
I mean, isn't that some good evidence right there? I feel like that. There was also that book. Maybe we could go check out that book now. B double okay.
Huh. According to that book, the pogrom occurred at the beginning of November 1938.
Let's read. September 15, 1935, anti-Vergaren laws were passed. March 12, 1938, Ostertal is annexed by the Brown Shadow. November 9, 1938, the Brown Shadow organizes a night of pogroms against the Vagaran community, and especially its members living on Vagaran's Bridge of Mists. October 30th, 1943, the Allies declare that the annexation of the Ostertal in Austria were null and void. April 13th, 1945, Allied forces led the Red Army liberate Vagan after intensive bombing. April 28th, 1945, Ostertal's independence is proclaimed. A pogrom's kind of like a genocide. It's wiping out like a bunch of people. So, specifically going after Vagarans.
I think that's it, Oscar. We know that the pogrom occurred at the beginning of November 1938. Dana's parents, Anton and Lena, were killed, that's certain. But Dana was supposed to be at the sanatorium back then.
Which seems to be confirmed by that message Herr Hoss left in the house, Kate Walker.
Exactly. So I guess we're done here, Oscar. Let's take the tram back to the guest house. We'll try to find that sanitarium first thing tomorrow.
I think there's a difference between a sanitarium and a sanatorium. A sanitarium is meant to like house like mentally ill people, and a sanatorium is supposed to like get people well again and release them back into like society. They're two separate things and they keep using them interchangeably. You have fucks with Brave Fencer Musashi? I've never played Brave Fencer Musashi. Well, it's not entirely true. One Square Enix game that I got had like a demo disc. I don't remember whether it was like Final Fantasy VIII or something like that, but one of them had like a sampler disc on it. And I played a little bit of Brave Fencer Musashi on there, but that's the most that I've ever experienced it. No, I'd like to at some point. I'd like to. How about you, man? Do you know about the Brave Fencer Musashis? It looked like a cute little action game, but I can't say that I know much about it. Planetarium, exactly. Let's get high. Put on some Pink Leopard. What is it? Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd. And smoke some herb. So a special blend of herbs and spices. And kick back and watch the laser show. What about the Tenchu series? I have only played the first Tenchu game, and I never played much of it. I bought it, and that game was hard as hell, and you guys have seen what I do with stealth. And that game requires you to have stealth. You have to, like, build loadouts and stuff, and I probably wouldn't mind going back and playing that game series, but no, I've never played much of it. I probably got, like, maybe halfway through the first Tenchu game, and I've never played another one. I wouldn't mind checking it out. Wouldn't mind checking it out. It's definitely on the list of stuff. Like, I constantly see it referenced. Looking at, like, retro shit and all that. Never played it, but it looks like a serial type game. I think so, too. I agree. I think Brave Fencer does look like a serial type game. I think Tenchu does, too. I think they do, too. I wouldn't mind checking them out. I definitely wouldn't mind. Guest house. I think we're going home. I don't think that there's anything else left for us, right? Yeah, return. Alright, back to our...
So, there she is. The famous Kate Walker.
Sorry, what?
Dana Rose. I knew her very well, you know. Our Dana darling. Waiting for the tram, aren't you? Well, we'd be better off speaking at the guest house. I hear there's a storm coming. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Miss Walker. Colonel Blake.
Colonel Blake or Fraulein Junta?
Connecting the dots, are we? You're a very clever young woman. But you must be eager to know why I'm here in front of you, bearing the surname of one of Her Majesty's military officers. But here's our tram. Would you be so kind?
Dude, she's got to be pretty old. She was probably in her, like, 30s? In the 30s. And it's 70 years later. Maybe she was just supposed to be in her older 20s. It was hard to tell based on what Lenny said. Lenny basically called her a spinstress, but Lenny was like a kid. So we're just gonna sit. Her cane isn't anywhere near her hand. We're just gonna sit quietly on the tram, just really awkwardly. I'm gonna stare out the window, and she's just gonna stare at her hands. It's good. It's real good. Oh.
So, Miss Walker, you've been rather quiet. I would have thought you'd have some questions for me. No?
Madam, I've got like a billion questions.
You mentioned the guest house. Are you that other guest I heard about?
Indeed, Miss Walker. It's actually Frau Wagner who told me about you. When she told me that you were looking for Dana, I knew I had to talk to you. Frau Wagner told me to call the academy, which I did, and the rector then redirected me towards the Bridge of Mists. And that's how I ended up wandering up and down it, asking about a mysterious American woman with a painting.
Well, let's say she was like 26. Let's say Fraulein Junta was like 26. It's like 65 years later. She's like 90. She's gotta be, right? 2005. That was 1937, you know. It's not quite 70 years. Holy crap. She's kicking hard.
I read that you used your prestige as an artist to spy on the Brown Shadow for the UK before and during the war. So, what is your real name then? Yunda Steinhoff or Colonel Blake?
Janice Blake is my name, Miss Walker. It's not the sort of name the Brown Shadow would have trusted, I'm sure you'll agree. So I took my mother's maiden name as an alias. Both my parents were diplomats from Austria, you see.
So you were some kind of double agent?
You make it sound more romantic than it really was, miss. But yes, I guess one could say so.
I guess you have new information about Dana for me?
I might very well indeed, Miss Walker, but what if you told me first what that little investigation of yours has dug up about Dana?
Okay. Tit for tat. I like it. Leon was on the run.
I know Dana was very concerned about Leon being on the run after the death of that scientist, Herberger. I can't blame her. How could he survive through the winter, all alone in the mountains in a strange country?
How could he? That's exactly the right question, Miss Walker. That origin expedition in Baltayar. What a mess that was.
You know he lived with the Yeti people because he helped the little child. You know they were just like, yeah, sure, come on in, man. The weather's great here. We'll get you some fish.
I discovered today that Dana became pregnant that summer of 37. Leon was the father. So her parents decided to hide her in a sanatorium outside town. Which, I assume, saved her from the night of the Brown Shadow pogroms in Vagen.
You assume right, but her parents, on the other hand.
Yes, I heard they didn't make it.
Poor bastards, if you'll pardon my French.
So, that's basically all I know. Can you tell me what happened to Dana after she left for the sanatorium to have her baby?
I must confess, Miss Walker, that I was afraid you might overlook some of the painful information here, which is clearly the case.
What do you mean?
Look, I think it would be best if we stay in this carriage until the very end. I know it is an odd request to make, but you really must see this for yourself.
Well,
Until then, I recommend you look outside the window. I guarantee it'll be worth your while.
She's being quite mysterious. What? Is a boat now? Like, it went in there, like, it didn't even hesitate. It was just like, I'm a boat. Tram boat. Baden Island. So are we going straight for the sanitarium? I thought we were headed back to the guest house. Dude, I like that. She was helping her down from the train. Or the tram. Now we're stranded here, though. This is our home.
I'm sorry, Miss Walker, but chasing you around that bridge was more exhausting than I thought.
That's okay. I can wait.
Ah, nonsense. I know how eager you are to find out about Dana. So you go first. I'll meet you at section 08. I'll come meet you there.
What are we insisting?
Can't you just tell me what we're doing here?
I know it must seem cruel, speaking in riddles and keeping up all this mystery like a bloody fortune teller, but I promise, you must see for yourself.
Okay then.
And don't forget, miss, section 08. Find it, and I'll meet you there.
The reason why Anna's...
Cold as hell here.
The reason why I remember the name Anna is because of the Vorarlberg. Anna Vorarlberg. That was Hans's sister. But she's already alive at this point, so...
You go first, miss. I'll catch up.
Die Schwana bitte nicht füttern. The great Vagan swans are not only the immortal symbol of our town, they are living and fragile beings, so please do not feed the swans. Wrong and uncontrolled feeding can cause illness and be fatal to them. Bitte schön. That's please, I believe. Ah. So we're, oh, Mysterious Island. That's where we are. It's not really a mysterious island, it's Baden.
How the heck do I get myself into these situations?
This is cool, though. I'm excited. Let's check our journal. November 30th, 2005. Dear Mrs. Foster, I'm writing this addendum to my earlier report following a visit to the Bridge of Mists in Vagan. Glad to inform you I've managed to pick up Kate Walker's trail. Apparently, she broke into what used to be the childhood home of that young woman she's been looking for, Dana Rose. Frau Heigl, the owner of the place, was furious when I questioned her. She had explicitly refused Kate access. Not only did Miss Kate Walker break into her premises, she also uncovered an entire hidden floor of the premises. It had apparently been walled up in haste after the bombings during the liberation of Vagan. As for Frau Heigl, she seemed terrified at the prospect of a tax rise for the previously undeclared livable area that Kate had unblocked. But what struck me was the state of conservation of the place. This hidden floor of bygone days is where Dana Rose's childhood bedroom is located. It had remained virtually intact since the 1930s. The place did look as it had been ransacked, though, most likely during the pogroms that followed the accession of power of the Brown Shadow in 1938. I also made a sad discovery about the fate of Anton and Lena Rose, young Dana's parents. They were killed during the pogroms, but the fate of their daughter remains a mystery. I now plan to go to the little island in the middle of the Dombra. That's the river that runs through Vagan, because Kate was seen in the company of a strange old lady after her visit to the bridge. It's an interesting way. I don't know how Kate gets Nick Canton's letters, but it's an interesting way for you to kind of like say like you haven't played in like a few days. It's an interesting way to kind of like fill you in on what like is progressing in the story. I have no idea how she's acquiring the letters though. Because they're not sent to her, they're sent to her friend.
These ruins, they look like they're from the Middle Ages or something.
Unless her friend is somehow sending her those letters.
There's something sinister about all this.
Have no fear, Kate Walker. The sun's setting, and you're all alone in an isolated and derelict place. Statistically speaking, it is highly improbable that you'll meet anybody, good or bad.
Thank you, Oscar, but please do me a favor. Stop trying to reassure me, would you?
As you wish, Kate Walker.
As you wish. Follow the path. Okay. Wasn't sure if there was a optional objective. It's always good to check. Oh, those are stairs. Whoops. I would imagine the sanatorium would still be standing, right? Sanatoriums are also quite often have graveyards, right?
Grim.
Speaking of the devil, right? Is graveyard time?
This place gives me the creeps. Looks like... Oh, jeez.
What is it, Kate Walker?
This place, it's a cemetery, Oscar. I think Dana's... Oh my god, she must have...
Don't jump to hasty conclusions yet, Kate Walker. You should try and find that spot that Colonel Blake mentioned.
Section 08. Yes, Okay, let's go. Oh my god.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Is there anything that requires my assistance?
Impossible. I'm gonna need you to be my eyes, Oscar.
Will do. Just call me whenever you need directions.
Can you tell me where I am?
All right, all right.
So O is in the top left. So we're right here. So if I just go straight up, we're right there.
Section O. That's the one Kate Walker needs to reach.
I just need to go straight. Now, things probably aren't going to be that simple, I would assume. We're probably not going to be able to go straight up.
Impossible to get through. I'll have to find a way to go around it.
Yeah.
A cemetery? Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Illegible. Section B.
B for butthole.
Impossible to read. Section D.
Get off of D's. Go down?
Something's missing here.
Must have got it wrong. Wrong one. No, I don't think so. Better try something else.
Huh. I don't know what that is. But it needs some sort of mechanical device on it.
Section F.
F for failure. Press F for F.
A dead end. I'll have to go back.
I don't think this is gonna, like, we're gonna actually need Oscar here. I think it's gonna be somewhat straightforward. I'm running in the opposite direction of where we want to go.
It's not here. I need directions.
No, you're fine, baby.
It's not here. I need directions.
I need directions.
Impossible to read.
What are we stuck on? They're like a branch?
Impossible to get through here. Better find another way.
Oh no. Impossible. And
It
inconceivable.
can't be here. Better keep looking.
Inconceivable! You keep getting caught on, like, every little thing. Every little thing!
It seems so old. This place must be centuries old.
Seems so old. Like, they don't even have iPhones? Gross.
The inscription has faded away. I recognize some of the names here. Pretty interesting. But I should get back to what I was doing.
Lenny Renner. Adam Zimmer. I think those are the only two that I recognize, Renner and Zimmer. I don't think that there were any others.
Section P.
P. P. P. P. P. P. P. P. P. P.
Section O. Right over there.
O is next to P? Since when? Since when is O next to P? OP! Somebody's belly growling? Or is that a monster? Oh my god, we found it!
Section M.
M.
Illegible.
I'm just still looking around. I realized that the place was up there, but there could be stuff around here.
Impossible to get through here.
Oh no.
Better find another way. It's not here. I need directions.
I need directions.
The inscription has faded away. Section G.
For Turlet.
It needs a key.
Well, there's
Doesn't look that strong, though. The Undertakers must store their tools in it.
all their tools, you say? Hey, we might not be able to do anything until
Okay.
we
A dead end. I'll have to go back.
we get progress here. Find the nameplate of the donors. Oh, so there was a thing to do and I did it. Okay. Well, there's some puzzle solving here that we need to do. Let's just go to O. Wasn't too hard to like find
Section
this.
M.
Oh. Really?
Impossible to read.
I know, it's always impossible to read.
Ah, it's not here. I need directions. Section F.
F? Okay. It does get a little confusing when the camera angles change. That was interesting. The camera angle, that threw me off real good. It was from behind us. I didn't recognize anything. That's cool. They've mainly kept like the same camera angles, despite us being, you know, in a 3D environment. That definitely confused me a little. Just a smidgen. This is O here.
Section O. That's it. Anna Rose, 1938. Gone to a better place.
Oh.
Oh
This,
no.
this is the baby. Well, that's sad.
What happened? Dana's health had deteriorated at the sanatorium. Her coughing fits, the pregnancy, and all the stress about Leon being on the run out there in Baltayar. It was just too much for her to bear. The doctors had to put her to sleep before her delivery. There were complications, and when she woke up, her parents told her the terrible news. They had already buried the baby girl.
Hmm.
And afterwards?
Dana became sterile because of the complications during childbirth. So she remained at the sanatorium a few months more. She was devastated, poor darling.
That's how she survived the pogroms.
Yes, but that didn't mean she was safe.
So maybe there is no relation if she was sterile afterwards.
How come the Brown Shadow didn't go after Dana? They controlled Ostertal back then, right?
Oh, they would have eventually, believe me.
So what happened afterwards?
Dana lost everything. Her parents, her baby, Leon. I think she would have just given up if I hadn't been there that day. But I had to go to London. Back then, I used to get invited every year or so to all kinds of artistic events. I could then make out my report to the British Secret Service without arousing the Brown Shadow's suspicion. So I took Dana with me to save her from them.
What if the baby didn't actually die?
Dana stayed in London for about 6 years. I found her a flat and a position with my real employer, the Foreign Office. She had no family, no friends, and in a way she had no life. She spent every minute she had in the office fighting in her own way against those who took everything from her. She went from one promotion to another, and soon she was among those in charge of coordinating all the resistance fighter groups pertaining to the different occupied countries of Europe.
All right, Dana. Focus. The Admiralty needs us to spot the enemy units on the map according to the reports they provided.
It happens. Here's a good opportunity for her parents to like put the kid up for like adoption or something like that. So complications during the pregnancy, you just tell them that, and then you put the kid up for adoption. Then this young unwed mother doesn't have to deal with the burden of raising a child on her own. Could be. And so you just tell her that, you know, the baby passed away while, you know, she was in pregnancy, you know, because she wasn't awake during it, right? It's possible. It's possible that the baby didn't die during that. I'm not saying that's it, but it's like an opportunity to say that kind of thing, you know? What's this? What? Use the reports to place the units on the map. I'll show you my units. But she didn't write in her diary. Still no news from Leon. It's making me physically nervous. Oh. There it is. I keep getting these horrible nightmares of Leon being attacked by ferocious snow creatures. I was sick this morning when I woke up, and I keep getting the oppressed feeling as if my lung affliction is back. My teachers at the academy find me distracted. I really need to get a hold of myself. Yunta is going to stop by to see me at the academy after my lesson. No, I read that. But that was the clue. You said I was sick this morning. Morning sickness. That was the last entry that she had. Yeah, I remember reading that. The reports to place the units. What reports? Okay, these. Message from resistors fighters. Resistance fighters. Our scouts have confirmed that 2 tank divisions are still positioned in Belgium. Please note that another tank division left for Le Havre. Le Havre? Tank? And 2 in Belgium? Tank? Tank? Thanks for nothing, Donnie. You got submarines in Cannes, Brest. Maybe they're in the sea. Special Operations Report. Report of Agent BJB. BJ Blazkowicz? Oh my god. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Maybe not the greatest time to be alluding to Wolfenstein, but alright. Alright. On Mission Censored in Censored. Investigation on enemy units movement and SAM, surface-to-air battery positions. French Western Coast situation. 2 SAM batteries have been spotted towards Dover. The tank division is leaving Cherbourg to reach the SAM battery near Brest, and the SAM battery near Caen is still active. So Dover, Brest, and Caen. 2 SAM batteries in Dover. Dover should be, yeah, up here. SAM. That's Plymouth. That's not Dover. Maybe. It said near Dover, but Plymouth is not near Dover. Towards Dover. All right, well let's put two of them down. Let's put them there. And they said in Brest. Right? The tank division is leaving Cherbourg to reach the Sam battery near Brest. So Cherbourg has tank. Didn't they say... a Sam battery near Kane is still active? Okay. So I guess this is Cherbourg. Tank. Literally all the information that I have. Oh, there's another one here. Here we go. The Royal Navy surveillance report. A submarine is still positioned in the North Sea. Here. Very good. 2 of the 3 submarines positioned in the Celtic Sea have left for Cherbourg. 2 of the 3 submarines in the Celtic Sea. That's considered Cherbourg. You can only have 1. Okay. So that's the tank en route Brest. A submarine left Cherbourg to meet with the one positioned near Brest in the North Atlantic Ocean.
I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
Okay. Our scouts have confirmed that 2 tank divisions are still positioned in Belgium. Please note that another tank division left for Le Havre. Left 4. So it's moving towards. So those are both in Belgium. 2 tanks in Belgium. And that one's making 4 Le Havre. French coast situation. 2 SAM batteries have been spotted towards Dover. Maybe this is wrong here. Those are both in the Dover area. Calais. I mean, not really. Maybe the Irish Sea doesn't count. deal with that in a second. A tank division is leaving Cherbourg to reach the sand battery near Brest. So, that's the tank division, and that's the sand battery in Brest. Sand battery near Kane is still active. Okay. That might be right. The submarine is still positioned in the North Sea. We have a sub in the North Sea. Is there any more positions in the North Sea? No? Okay. 2 of the 3 submarines positioned in the Celtic Sea have left for Cherbourg. 2 of the 3. So...
I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on...
You take that one out. 2 of the 3 have left for Cherbourg. There's 1 in the Celtic Sea, and then English Channel and Cherbourg. There's nothing else here. A submarine left Cherbourg to meet with one of the positioned... Meet with the one positioned near Brest in the North Atlantic Ocean, which means there's another one.
I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
I don't see what I could have done wrong here. A submarine left Cherbourg to meet with the one position near Brest in the North Atlantic.
Looks like I've pinned too many units on the map. I should read the reports again. I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map. I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on... I should check the reports.
There were 2 near Dover, but how do there's nothing that I can do near Dover other than putting something in Calais, which doesn't make sense to me. 2 sand batteries have been spotted towards Dover. But I can't put another one there, so the only other spot is in Calais.
I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
I can't put, like, 2 batteries here. What's up, Teak? How you doing? Have I asked about Bendover? I have not. Where do I make my inquiries? A tank division is leaving Cherbourg to reach the SAM battery near Brest. So there's a SAM battery near Brest. It's the only one. And then there's a tank. There's a tank leaving. So that's the tank going to Brest. What's up, Bill? How you doing? How you doing? Moe's Tavern. The SAM battery near Kane is still active. And that's a SAM battery near Kane. Right there. Okay. Our scouts have confirmed that 2 tank divisions are still positioned in Belgium. Please note that another tank division left for Le Havre. So these are the 2 tanks in Belgium, here and here. And then this one is the one that left for Le Havre. I mean, do we just put it in Le Havre?
Looks like I made a mistake on the map.
No.
Looks like I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
Just being a degenerate lurker, as you do, man. As you do. For those that want to be in on the know. For those that want to be in on the know. We have more. We have another emote. We have a new emote. We got a GG emote. I spent way too much time trying to create a GG emote. I spent way too much time. Way too much time. But now we have a GG. So, GG. It's a GG made of cereal. So, it's perfect for the channel dedicated to GG. Undo, boss. Undo. Wait, that's the redo. Redo. Okay, well, I'll redo them when I get a chance. I will redo when I get a chance. I'm sorry you do not appreciate them. Redo. I hear you, Bill. I hear you. A submarine is still positioned in the North Sea. Okay, so we have a submarine in the North Sea. Submarine.
I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes.
I
on
love
the map.
you. Aw, that's so nice. You should love me. I am well deserving of love. 2 of the 3 submarines positioned in the Celtic Sea have left for Cherbourg. 2 of the 3, right? So there's one in the Celtic Sea right here. Yeah. And then there's left for Cherbourg. So here and here, right? Right? 1 and 2. Left for Cherbourg. There's no other positions here that I can put. You can't put a submarine on land. I mean, you can.
I should check the reports. I think
Right?
I've made mistakes on the
So
map.
there's no other positions out here, are there? In the water? So these 2 left for Cherbourg. There's no other spots that they can be, right? I mean, there's the Irish Sea up here, but they don't ever mention that, I don't think. So we've got a sub here and a sub here. And then the final one here says, a submarine left Cherbourg to meet with the one positioned near Brest in the North Atlantic Ocean. A submarine left Cherbourg. Now, does that mean one of the 2 headed there? This is where things fall apart. Because we have... Okay, remove this one and put that one there.
I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
There's really no other places that you can put one. It said one left Cherbourg to meet with the one...
I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
I feel like I got them in like the only positions that they can be.
I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
There are no other spots in Belgium for tanks. All I can think is that it might be...
I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map. I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
It said that there were 2 SAMs in the Dover area, but I can't put another SAM down around here. There's no other place. So the only other place that I can put one is in Calais.
I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
I don't know. How many times can we go over this? Like, what do I need to change? This doesn't make sense. 2 SAM batteries have been spotted towards Dover. So, Dover. There's one here, and then there's one in Calais. That's in the general vicinity, right? You would think that that's okay, right? Because I can't put another one down. It doesn't allow for that, so... And there's nothing else in the vicinity over here. Calais and Dover are the only ones. So that's gotta be it, right? That's 2. A tank division is leaving Cherbourg to reach the SAM battery near Brest. Alright, so Brest is over here. It's saying there's a SAM battery nearby, so we have a SAM battery right there. And then it's saying that there is a tank that left Cherbourg, right? So here's a tank that's leaving Cherbourg, all right? Right? The SAM battery near Caen is still active. So unless somehow these two get like inverted, and this is a SAM battery,
I should check the reports.
And this is a tank.
I should check the reports.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Like either one of these could be like the nearby, right? But it wouldn't make sense.
I think I've made mistakes on the map.
Cherbourg, the only place in between Brest and Cherbourg is right here, so that would have to be the tank. And then this is near Caen. And that's the SAM battery. Now, it didn't say that there was one in Le Havre, but it said nearby.
I should check the reports.
No?
I think...
Okay, so, I mean, it's right outside of them, so it's kind of hard to tell. Like, you're not exactly, like, on top of the place. So that would make sense that it's right here. Right? Our scouts have confirmed that 2 tank divisions are still positioned in Belgium. 2 tank positions in Belgium. There's no other place in Belgium other than here and here. So we have 2 tanks there. That's it. Right? So, we got that. Please note that another tank division left for Le Havre. Another tank division left for Le Havre. That left. That's in the middle. Unless they want me to put it there.
I made a mistake on the map. Looks like I've pinned too many units.
Right? That to me says it's left for Le Havre. It's in the middle, right? We could put something in Le Havre, but it's not supposed to be in Le Havre. It's on the way to, right? So in the middle of the map. So to me, everything with those is correct. It must be the submarine somehow that I have something wrong with. A submarine still positioned in the North Sea. I have a submarine positioned in the North Sea. I'm removing everything. And everything. Something here is fishy, and I don't know what it is. So we have a submarine in the North Sea. 2 of the 3 submarines positioned in the Celtic Sea have left for Cherbourg. 2 of 3. So that means that there is still a tank in the Celtic Sea. There's still a tank in the a submarine in the Celtic Sea. 2 of the 3 left for Cherbourg. So there's one there, and that would mean that there would be one here. These are on their way to Cherbourg. Right? A submarine left Cherbourg to meet with the one positioned near Brest in the North Atlantic Ocean. A submarine left Cherbourg to meet with the one positioned near Brest in the North Atlantic Ocean.
I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
There really aren't many places that they can be.
I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
It just doesn't make sense.
I should check the reports. I think Looks like I've pinned too many units on the map. I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
How? Like, what have I misinterpreted? We have the correct number of units. There's just something incorrect, wrongly placed. The Brest one is the confusing one. There's nothing else we can put out in the water in this area. The only other place is I could remove this and I could put it in.
I should check the reports.
Up there.
I think I've made mistakes on the map.
But that's more towards the Irish Sea, and they don't mention the Irish Sea. They mention the Celtic Sea, so there should be a submarine there.
I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
Spot over there. There's a spot here.
Look, I should check the reports. Looks like I've pinned too. I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
I don't know how. There's something here that, like, I've gone over it like 4 times. I don't know what I could have made a mistake on. I don't get it. I don't know what it could be. Is there something out here? The only other one is right there. A submarine left Cherbourg to meet with the one position near Brest in the North Atlantic Sea.
I should check the reports.
There's no other spots like Cherbourg. There's nothing going else other than these two spots in Cherbourg in the North Atlantic Sea. You would think that this would be it. I don't get this. Which one am I screwing up? I don't get this one. I wish she was more clear with what she thinks is messed up. Like, what is? Which ones are positioned wrong? Not like subs go over land. Submarine is positioned in the North Sea. 2 of the 3 submarines positioned in the Celtic Sea have left for Cherbourg. A submarine left Cherbourg to meet with the one position near Brest in the North Atlantic Sea.
Looks like I've pinned too many units on... I should check the reports. Looks like... I should check the reports. Looks like I've pinned too many... I should check the reports. I think... I should check the reports. I should check the reports. I think... I should check the reports.
What's up, Balkaris? How you doing?
Like I've pinned too many units on the map. I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
Can you give a hint? Yeah, sure. As long as it's not like a hint is not directly telling me something, though. Put this here. That's not a hint. Just clarifying. The thing in Dover? But it said... That's the thing, like, it has to be there, though. That's... It says, 2 SAM batteries have been spotted towards Dover. That's a SAM battery. That's Dover. It said there were 2 there. And Calais is the only other place that's close by.
I should check the reports. I should check the reports. I think I've made mistakes on the map.
I think I've made a mistake too, but if it's telling me something different, it's... Yeah, this isn't directly in Dover either.
I should check the reports. I think... I should check the reports.
Well,
I
they
think I've
said
made
that the
mistakes
tank
on
was
the map.
moving to Le Havre, not in Le Havre.
Looks like I made a mistake on the map. Looks like I've pinned...
That is
That's
fucking
it,
trash.
I guess. Yunda!
That's garbage.
Dana,
Actual
darling,
garbage.
You can use my real name here, you know.
Sorry, but I just can't get used to it. For me, you'll always be Ginger Yunta.
Charming. I'm sure I have Lenny to thank for that, hmm? You were always too soft on that little brat.
It's not just poorly worded. That is intentionally wrong. That's just wrong. That's awful. That is genuinely awful. Like, it's not just like... They do give hints. You can hit a button. I can hit... And you can use the D-pad and you can get a clue. It's not bad that the game doesn't give it. I just rather not have to resort to getting clues to figure out puzzles. But that's not even like a red herring to leave you astray. That's like straight just fucking wrong. Like that the hint about where it is, 2 batteries towards Dover. Well, that one wasn't directly in Dover. And the tank moving towards from Belgium to Le Havre, right there in that middle area, that's moving towards. Like, that's poorly worded. If you wanted them near Calais, then say it's fucking near Calais. That's not Dover. Dover's in England. Calais is in France. That's not towards Dover. Those are hundreds of miles apart. Like, if you are placing things down on the map based on intel, they're gonna say Calais, not fucking Dover. That is just inherently wrong. That is so fucking wrong. That's just bad. I mean, there's no other excuse for that. That's bad. They're telling you the wrong thing. They are literally telling you the wrong thing. That's poorly done. That's very frustrating. That's very, very frustrating. That is super duper. Because having one in Dover and having one near Calais would make sense. They said in the vicinity of Dover. Fine. Big map. But you can only put one near Dover. So saying Dover is not just a red herring. That's wrong information. It's not even in the area of Dover. It's on another fucking continent. In another country. Like, no one would ever say that. No one would ever go, well, we spotted 2 Sams, you know, when we flew over near Dover. But it's actually in France. Like, that's horrible. No one would make that mistake. Ever. Like, that's inherently bad. It is genuinely bad. That is so fucking poor. That's infuriating. Like, that's not even close to what they were describing. That's not even close. I was convinced it was the subs. Because it shouldn't have been. It shouldn't have been the Sams. That is bad. Fuck. That makes me mad. That just makes me so mad. I'm incensed right now. I'm furious. That is trash. That is the worst puzzle that we've had in this game. Because it's just wrong. Where they're telling you to put stuff is just wrong. That's not right. That's not fucking right. God, man, that's upsetting. Like, this entire game All the games. All 4 games. There's never been something like that. Ever. That would be like telling someone, like, directions to go somewhere, and you go, okay, man, go down the street and turn right, and then you go down further and you make a left, and then you go and make a right. And you're like, okay, there you go. And that person's like, that's not where it was. You actually had to turn down the street and make a left, then a right, then another left. You told me the opposite of what I was supposed to do. Well, I mean, it was in the general area. It's in the same, you know, like 400-mile radius. No, dude. No. No. That was so abysmal. No. No, I very much disagree. I 100% disagree. Absolutely disagree. That was very poorly done. I see what you're saying, but you shouldn't say Dover then. They should have said Calais, because there was literally a city nearby. That's not Dover. That's not fucking Dover. It's Calais. Don't say Dover. It doesn't matter. That's absolutely abysmal. I am so angry. They do that intentionally to throw you off, but that's abysmal. That's absolutely atrocious. It is hands down the worst one that's been in the game. Hands down. You know who's really Bendover? Bendover is super angry. True. But I'm angrier.
Maybe. I guess. Anyway, what are you doing here? So glad to see you.
Only doing my duty, Dana darling. A gallery invited me for a conference, so I jumped at the occasion to report back to our superiors. But it might be the last time for a while, I'm afraid. It's getting very hard to leave the occupied territories, even for a famous so-called pro-brown shadow artist like me. Anyway, how have you been since my last visit?
Well, with Leon being missing and probably lying dead somewhere in Baltear for the past 7 years, and what happened to my parents, you know how I feel. But it's all beginning to feel like a dream, Yunta. A distant dream. Especially her. And I don't want it to, you know, I don't want her, my sweet Anna, to just fade away. I'm sorry, Yunta, but could we please change the subject?
Of course, darling.
What is it?
More work for you, actually.
Oh?
Yes. The Allies need someone for an operation with the Resistance in occupied territory, and they think it should be you. But truth be told, Dana, I'm not sure that's such a good idea.
Why not? I did volunteer for field operations. They've trained me a lot for that.
I know, Dana, but this operation will happen in Ostertal, right next to Wagen, actually.
I see.
Look, you don't need to answer me this minute. And no one would blame you if you declined the mission. We all know you don't only have happy memories of Wagen. You still have time to think it over. But before you give your final answer, they need you to identify the resistance group that will execute the operation. It's all explained here. And of course it's all top secret stuff. So you must cross-reference the documents right here in this room. You'll have to use that thing over there.
But I don't know how to use it.
I'm sure that's easy for you. You have such a clever mind, my little virtuoso. I'll see you later.
Well, let's get cracking then.
Prepare the mission. You got it. What do we got? Directorate of Special Operations, Foreign and Commonwealth Office, London, top secret. Mission order number 070222021, revision 0404-1944, to SOE Agent Dana Rose. Agent Rose, we need volunteers for a delicate operation with the resistance in one of the occupied countries. A country you know well, Ostertal. If you accept, you will be dropped near Vagen so that you can coordinate an exfiltration operation of a civilian and get him into Switzerland. To do so, you will be escorted by one of the main resistance networks in the region. It has obtained excellent results the past few years. Whether you accept or not the mission, we need you to identify that network among other small underground groups active in Ostertal. For reasons of confidentiality, you are not to leave your office until you have done so. House arrest. We have granted you temporary access to your workstation's pneumatic telegraph, a contribution to the war effort that was given to us by a French engineer. This machine will allow you to claim any relevant documents you might need. We wish you good luck. L. London. Who's L? It says you need to get him into Switzerland. It could be Leon. What if Leon went to Vagen to look for us? December 22nd, 1937. Dear Diary, so much has happened since I received Leon's letter a few days ago. I'm slowly recovering. Today, Papa and Mama told me that I was going to leave for a while. I'll explain what's going on, but I don't know where to begin. I need to gather my thoughts as I finish packing my suitcase. October 14th, 1940. Dear Diary, well, I know, it's been 3 years already that I haven't written anything ever since I left for the sanatorium near Vagen. It's because my diary must be in the chest in my bedroom where I left it before leaving for my convalescence, so I've found this English substitute in which I write these few lines. I've been living here in London for the past couple of years. This is where Junta brought me after the death of my parents and of my... No, I don't want to talk about her. So it's been 2 years since Junta saved me from the pogroms that followed the annexation of Vagen. Junta, the filmmaker, or rather Janet, as she's really called, turned out to be a double agent working for the Allies. I should have guessed. But the fact is, her leading a double life is what saved my life. Huh, life. If that's what you can call my existence in London for the past 2 years. I spend my days pent up in Junta's flat, only popping out from time to time to the pub down the road to play a few notes on the piano. But it won't bring back my parents nor Leon, our daughter neither. During her short visits to London, Junta keeps urging me to pull myself together, saying that I'm depressed and that I ought to see a specialist. But what's the point? We could get cocaine. I must admit, I swore never to write again, but tonight I have nothing else to do. I'm stuck down here in the underground station with hundreds of others. The Brown Shadow's been bombing London almost every night. Feels like I'm being hunted down. It's almost as if the Brown Shadow is trying to flush me out to hurt me wherever I may be, as if to punish me for having the presumptuousness of escaping them in Vagen. October 15th, 1940. Well, I survived yet another night bombing raid, but not everyone got away with it. In another underground station, a pipeline was hit by a bomb. The station got flooded. About 60 people died drowned. There were children among the dead. I just can't bear this feeling of being powerless. I can't stand having to wait for the next tragedy to avoid. I've got to do something, fight against the Brown Shadow and try, within my modest means, to turn the tide of this 20th century that is becoming so tragic and which seems to be taking great delight in being so cruel to me. September 30th, 1941. So much has changed since last I wrote. The last time Junta came to visit, just can't get used to calling her Janet. I asked if she could find me a job, as I could participate in the war effort against the Brown Shadow. Yunta must have taken my request as a sign that my mental state is better now, because she immediately set to work to answer my request. Using her connections, she managed to get me a job as military assistant at the Foreign Office in the department in charge of supervising the resistance groups against the Brown Shadow in all the occupied territories of Europe. I might be just a simple assistant for the moment, but I have every intention of rising through the ranks as far and as quickly as possible. At least this way, being focused on the struggle against the Brown Shadow will take my mind off everything else. December 1st, 1941. Christmas will soon be upon us. It's been 4 years now since Leon was to join me after his departure for Altair with the Origin expedition. Wherever you may be after all this time, rest in peace, my darling Leon. April 20th, 1942. I had the nasty surprise of waking up in the infirmary this morning. I was working really late last night, and apparently I just passed out. My superiors have threatened me with forced leave if I don't slow down. I know they're right, but I just can't help it. Every minute counts to anyone who wants to triumph over the Brown Shadow. May 5th, 1942. I had a fleeting visit from Yunta yesterday. Officially, she came for an exhibition. Unofficially, to make out her report to the Foreign Office. Yunta heard about my malaise and my over-investment in my work. I was half expecting her to reprimand me, but not in the least. It never came to light that Yunta had pleaded in favor of me participating in field-based operations. Secret military operations. My training begins next week. I'm so excited. June 7th, 1942. It's been over a month since I began training. I feel exhausted, but everything has been going swimmingly. I must admit at first I was apprehensive about using weapons, but it turns out that I'm quite a dab hand. Needless to say, I'll never be a killing machine, but I do know how to defend myself, and my reflexes are good. So too is my capacity to take the right decisions in emergency situations, and according to my instructor, that's what really counts. My trainer was at first doubtful at the idea of training a woman for combat, but given the spectacular results obtained by other female underground fighters in occupied territory, he has become more committed to training them. I've always wondered why these results weren't made public. Anyway, weapons are just a small part of my training. I'm also trained in military equipment, means of communication, hailing methods, and parachuting. All that's left to do now is finish this training and receive my first mission. Can't wait. July 4th, 1943. Most of my field training's done. I'm now only asked to attend the odd training session to keep up to par. So I've returned to my office work while waiting for them to assign me a mission, and I'm still waiting. I've raised the subject with my superiors, who invariably keep saying that they're waiting for the right opportunity, so there's nothing else to do but to wait. I'll just have to sit tight and continue to contribute to the war effort against the Brown Shadow by coordinating the various resistance groups in occupied territory. Oh, and let's see if there's any extra things. Nope. Repair the pneumatic telegraph. Alright. Now we're all caught up on the news after that bullshit puzzle. I'm still angry at that puzzle. I shook my fist pretty good there. I complained pretty good.
The most widely used Allied single-seat fighter plane. I probably owe it my life, like all of us here.
The Supermarine. The Supermarine. Mission order? Was this the one that we just read? Yeah. So we put it on the desk. Nice, that's where it belongs.
We're snowed under. The paperwork is piling up, and problems with it. I guess winning a war takes time, and it's something we cruelly lack.
Oh!
Yunta said I wasn't allowed to leave the room until I identified the resistance network. Could one imagine anything as insane as the whole wide world at war? And for the second time in barely a generation.
It do be crazy. Alright, so it looks like there's only 2 machines that we can interact with here. The big one and whatever this is here. What is this here? Oop. Topic, subject, country. What now? First things first. Let's fadoodle with this thing.
From what I can understand of that thing, the pressure must be high in the left tube, but low in the right one.
Low.
That must be for mixing the correct proportions of rarefied air in the system with the compressed air. Compressed air. I think I need to get the mixture right, paying close attention to the rarefied air.
Yeah, whatever.
From what I can understand of that thing, the pressure must be high in the left tube, but low in the right one.
Is low. Is there like a button or something? Careful, Snake, you'll create a time paradox? If only. That's the dream.
I guess I must apply the right setting for the pressure to remove that safety device. It's stuck. I'll have to remove the safety device. I guess I must apply the right setting for the pressure to remove that safety device.
Time paradoxes are the most fun kinds of paradoxes, right? Time, time, time. Well, I solved it. Genius. The man is just a genius. I have no idea how it worked either. They said it needed to be high and low, so I made one low and I made one high-ish. It looked like one of them had like a little bit of a color in the gauge, so I was just trying to get the needle in there, and I couldn't really tell the right one, so that one was a pure guess, but hey. When they don't give you, like, information, like, there's no manual or anything to tell you, it's just, it feels like brute force. You fuck around and find out, right? You hit buttons until something happens. You know, you look for feedback and you try to interpret what that feedback is, right? Okay, but I don't know what we're doing here. We have topic, subject, and country. So, something to do with Ostertal? Deutschland, alright. Ostertal. Maybe espionage? Networks? Research? Maybe?
Silly me. Can't be it. Better try something else.
She just discarded. She was like, nope, that's not it. Resistance networks. Maybe that's it. Resistance is... We should have looked at all the words.
Right. Let's see.
Identify the resistance network in Vagan. I have no idea what we're looking at here. Code name. Leader's alias.
Can't be that underground network. Doesn't fit in with what Yunta said. Not this one either. The information doesn't tally with what Yunta said. No, doesn't make sense. No, it can't be this underground network.
The mole.
The information doesn't tally with what Yunta said. Can't be that underground network. Not this one either. No, doesn't make sense. Doesn't fit in with what Yunta said. Not this one either. The information doesn't tally with what Yunta said. No, doesn't make sense.
Edelweiss Mountain Artist. That's it, right?
Can't be that underground network.
I'm gonna check them all wrong, and then we'll do Edelweiss.
No, it can't be this underground net. Doesn't fit in with what Yunta said. No, doesn't make sense. The information doesn't tally with what Yunta said.
Okay, we did all of them except for the correct one. Yeah, it's Leon.
Edelweiss? A coincidence. It must be a coincidence. The network leader's alias.
Oh, come here now, my pretty Edelweiss.
Yay!
Don't call me that. You know I don't like it.
It's true, though. That's exactly what you are, my pretty Edelweiss.
If you keep that up, Leon Kobatis, I'll find you a nickname too.
Go on then.
All right. I'll call you my mountain artist from now on. Leon! He's alive. He's alive. He's alive! I need to... Oh, good grief. But how did he... Yunta! Yunta!
Okay.
So Leon made it from Baltayar. But how?
I have no idea, miss. All I know is that he survived for almost a year in the mountains before coming back to Ostertal to set up the Edelweiss resistance group.
Which made Dana accept the mission you told her about back then, right?
Of course, she was given extra training and was dropped near Vagan the following summer to carry it out. We'd better get going. It looks like the storm is coming.
You go first. I'll meet you at the tram station in a minute.
Of course. Take all the time you need.
Okay. What's with all the stuff here though? There's like something going on here.
A dead end. I'll have to go back.
There was there's like that device in the graveyard. And then there was the what do you call it? The groundskeeper's shack. Like why would we see all that stuff if there was nothing for us, right?
A dead end. I'll have to go back.
There's got to be something going on there. Right? This whole thing?
Undertakers must store their tools in it.
Alright, the Undertaker's shack. Groundkeeper, Undertaker's, the same thing.
Oscar?
Just leave me a second.
Oh, it shows you all the dead ends and stuff. That's cool. Anna, tool shed. It shows us. That's neat that they allow you to look at a map. Mechanism, Oscar. That's cool. It's nice that that's labeled. I don't know what good any of that does us, but nice. It's got to be used for something. Mechanism, tool shed. Got to be a purpose to it. I don't think that this graveyard was all that,
What the heck?
What is it, Kate Walker?
The gates, they just closed. Oh, there must be a mechanism to open them somewhere.
There always is, Kate Walker.
Wow. Question answered. Question answered. We are locked in a cemetery.
Something's missing here.
No, that doesn't work. Better try something else.
It seems to have to do with the gates.
Let's go back to the shed. This place wasn't too hard to navigate.
It needs a key. But it doesn't look that strong, though. The Undertakers must store their tools in it.
Needs a key, but doesn't look that strong. So just bash it?
It needs a key. But it doesn't look that strong, though.
It's not giving me like any sort of option here, though. We don't have anything to do here. There's probably like a path or something I haven't been down.
Impossible to get through here. Better find another way.
Okay, where does this put me? I don't... This is by O. Okay. It's the grave.
A dead end. I'll have to go back.
This is all a dead end. Let's go up the stairs. The only thing that I remember seeing up here was the donors. Need some sort of key, and we obviously don't have something. Maybe we just need Oscar. Maybe we can pick up Oscar and have him do something. Maybe we can use Oscar to bash something open. You can bite it like a little monkey.
It seems so old. This place must be centuries old. Maybe I could use this with the lock. But it's out of reach.
Wrong one. No, I don't think so. Impossible.
So, out of reach. I need something to grab the thing that I need to grab. Let's go get Oscar. Let's go get Oscar. Apparently we found all the points of interest in the cemetery. It's not a very big graveyard. It's not too difficult to navigate. Alright, buddy. You coming with me? Maybe we can send him in there?
Bag again.
I know, Oscar. I know.
Obviously, you do not, Kate Walker.
Maybe we can, throw Oscar towards whatever that is, and he can retrieve it for us. Yeah, there we go. Go get it, buddy!
Can you bring that pickaxe closer, Oscar?
Of course, Kate Walker.
It's pronounced pickaxe. Pickaxe. Obviously. Pickaxe. Just knock it over, right? Pickaxes are great keys. Same with sledgehammers, mallets. What's the mallet axe called? There's a name for that. The head. It's like a sledgehammer axe. It's got a cool name. Sledge axe. Okay. Just a maul. They just call it a maul. Thought my buddy called it something else. He's like, nah, it's not a sledge. It's got another name. It's just a sledge axe. Or a maul. People call it sledge axe and people call it maul. I guess either one's right. Man, I really thought my buddy said there was like another name to it. Maybe he just called it something different. Smash? Oh, come on. Get it. Third time's the third time. We'll just leave that evidence on how we broke into the locked shed. Dude, take everything. All of this could be useful.
Useless.
What? You're useless. Alright. So it's the crank for the gate.
Looks like it's compatible with a bigger mechanism.
You got it. Yep. That's what she said. I know. Oh no. Dirty perverts. Let's crank it up real good. That wasn't too bad. Return to the guest house. I'm trying.
You seem disappointed, Kate Walker.
About what?
Well, correct me if I am wrong, but the fact that Dana Rose lost her baby and became sterile disproves your hypothesis that there can be a family link between you, doesn't it?
You're not wrong, Oscar, but I'm just stupidly over-optimistic. I wish I were like you, and not controlled by stupid emotions.
Nice of you to say, I guess.
Sorry, Oscar. That didn't come out so well.
Oscar, on more than one occasion, has displayed emotions, which is weird.
These ruins, they look like they're from the Middle Ages or something.
He also has shivered before, which is strange. He certainly displayed fear.
Are you all right, Miss Walker?
Dude, you won't believe what happened.
I'm very sorry to have brought you such bad news.
Well, it already happened. I guess it's not necessarily like terrible news. We're just learning about the past, you know? Oh, that's not the tram. This is the... Alright, where's our... here we go. It's a little sad, though. It is a little sad. Yeah, I don't think it's world-shattering in any ways. I mean, nothing really changed for us, right? Walk, lady! Old people. Am I right? The worst kinds of people. Elderly. I like how quickly the wheels go up and down.
What about that mission Dana led with Leon's resistance network?
It didn't turn out well, Miss Walker. Actually, that's the reason I left London to be here.
Oh?
Yes, just a second, Miss Walker. Where did I put it? What with this blasted storm? It's all over the papers. Here, have a look for yourself.
Storm. Excavation work at Devil's Pass has been interrupted. An unexpected storm has obliged the Council to remove the bodies trapped in the ice since the Second World War, and to move them to the Silberspiegel Refuge. Those frozen bodies near the refuge. I heard about them just yesterday. Do you mean...
There has been no formal identification yet, Miss Walker.
But it's plausible that...
That Leon, at least, is among those bodies, yes.
Has anyone from the last game appeared? You were hoping the boat captain would come back somehow? There's no real reason for other people to come back. I mean, they were in, I don't want to say different parts of the world, but kind of, you know? He was off somewhere in Russia? Germany? I'm not quite sure where we were there in the last game. I assumed it was Russia. So we're further west. We're further west. We're west of Germany right now, so in like Polandish area. They were on a persistent journey going one way exactly. Oh, no, and the captain's probably dead. The captain got murdered by the Kraken. Well, we can only assume. He disappeared in the waves, right? He kind of like sacrificed himself. He rowed himself out to distract the Kraken from the ship so we could get away. So I think he might be dead. You know, we never saw him die, but he disappeared, so probably dead. Probably dead. The Yuko could come back, you know, in some way or another. Like, we could find them, but probably not in this part of the world. They were mainly relegated to, like, the Russian Siberian areas and stuff like that, so... Chances are, I mean, the only person that's going to come back is... We can assume that, Hans Vogel... yeah, right. Hans Vorarlberg, he's probably dead. He was on his, like, last days anyways. He was, like, barely hanging on. Anna Vorarlberg is dead. The only people that have been consistent throughout the series have been Oscar. And we have Oscar. He's just in a different body. I guess, there's the private detective, and then Olivia and Dan, but they're in New York. We've only met the dick once.
What about the other bodies?
According to the medical examiner's office, in all, 3 bodies have been extracted from the ice. The one presumed to be Leon, and 2 others, a man and a woman not yet identified.
What happened to Leon?
According to the testimonies I've obtained, Leon was killed on that mission. The Foreign Office tasked Dana to lead an avalanche, apparently. I am one of the few people still alive to be able to identify him, which is why I'm here. If it weren't for this bloody storm, it would have been done today.
Well, they said the Devil's Pass was extremely prone to avalanche, and if you weren't an alpinist, you probably shouldn't be going through there because it was very hazardous. So they took a chance, right?
Do you think Dana could be among the bodies?
I suppose it would be logical. It would explain why I never saw or heard of her again after the mission. Yet, according to some witnesses, Dana survived the war and indeed helped resistance fighters from Wagen until the liberation. But if those testimonies were true, then Dana vanished after the war.
I see.
Try to stay positive, Miss Walker. Only a visual identification will allow us to be certain. We can go as soon as this storm's over, probably tomorrow or the day after.
Right.
Miss Walker, we've arrived. But you're not coming, are you? Well, Miss Walker, you might not be related to Dana, but you bloody well certainly remind me of her.
Where are we going? Are we going back out to the refuge? Guess so. This late at night, though? I wonder what would take for them to, like, stop running the tram. Like, how well does it run in weathery conditions?
So, instead of waiting for the storm to pass and for the official identification of the bodies, I might add, that were trapped in the ice for 6 decades, you, and by extension me, are going to climb up the mountain so you can identify them yourself.
I know, Oscar, I know. But I've just got to be sure. Because if one of those bodies turns out to be Dana, I...
We'll have no more trains to chase?
The bodies aren't going anywhere, you know? Like this seems reckless. She's done a lot of like crazy shit, but this seems like, but most of the crazy shit she's been in has been out of her control, you know? This is well within the means of her control, and she could totally just wait. We could just wait at the refuge. Maybe she's not going to go climb up, like, immediately. Maybe she'll wait it out at the refuge. Still, getting to the refuge in the midst of what I can only assume is going to be a blizzard does not seem like a smart idea. I'm excited to do it. This is fun. I'm just saying this does not seem wise. I'm just throwing in my 2 cents, you know? I'm excited. Are we gonna meet? Dude, do we get to meet the Yeti? The Yeti folk? That had to be with who Leon was living, right? You know, the rails of the tram can get, like, super icy and all that, right? Not exactly, super safe. December 1st, 2005, Dear Mrs. Foster, last night I went to the little island of Baden where Kate Walker went after she visited the Bridge of Mists. I lost time in the cemetery where the mechanical entrance gate seemed to follow strict opening times. Then I got lost in the maze-like alleys, but I did make an interesting discovery, a grave. It was in the name of a certain Anna Rose. Going by the dates engraved on the sinister-looking headstone, I deduced it was that of a stillborn child, most probably the daughter of that Dana Rose, who Miss Walker is trying to track down. That wasn't the only revelation of that exhausting night, though. I returned to the Dombra guest house where Kate Walker stayed while in Wagen. Frau Wagner, the owner of the establishment, might have been as closed as a clam in solidarity. Oh my god, man. Sometimes. The owner of the establishment might have been as closed as a clam in solidarity for Kate Walker, but that wasn't the case for her only guest. This was a very old British lady who introduced herself as Colonel Janet Blake. She was quite a talkative and confirmed it was she who escorted Miss Walker to the cemetery. It turns out the old lady knew Dana Rose in her youth, when she was acting as a double agent during the war. By day, she was an artist and Brown Shadow propagandist known by the name of Junta Steinhoff, and by night, she was a member of the British Secret Service. This double identity enabled her to save Miss Rose from the pogroms of 1938 that shook Wagen and led to the death of the girl's parents. It was this Colonel Blake who took the young woman to England and even found her a position in London with her real employer, the Foreign Office. Miss Rose worked there from 1938 to 1944. It was during this period that she found out that her mountaineer lover and father to her dead daughter had survived an expedition which in 1937 had taken him to the faraway oriental country of Baltayar. What is more surprising is that he returned to create one of the most efficient resistance groups against the Brown Shadow. Dana volunteered to be airdropped into the group on a mission to evacuate a VIP to neighboring Switzerland. However, Colonel Blake confirmed that the operation went terribly wrong. An avalanche apparently wiped out a number of the members of the resistance group. It turns out that these must be the bodies found at Devil's Pass, not far from the refuge of Silberspiegel, which I had visited a short time beforehand. It appears that when Kate Walker found out about this, she hurried to the refuge to identify the bodies herself. It seems that she was terrified at the idea that the body of Dana Rose could be among them, so she took off to the refuge in the middle of the night during a storm that had hit Wagen that evening. Colonel Blake, seconded by a discreet nod from Frau Wagner, confirmed to me that she had not seen Kate since. So without further delay, I shall return to the refuge in hope that the worst hasn't come of Kate Walker during the unreasonable jaunt in the middle of a blizzard. Hurry! Oh, were there any, inspect the common room. Find frozen bodies, but inspect the common room. Okay, the common room will just be the entrance to the refuge. So maybe the bodies were moved to the refuge?
It looks like it's holding up, despite the storm.
Usually shut water wheels down in the winter because it can do some real harm.
I don't think it's cold enough for fuel to freeze, but maybe someone should store it inside, just in case.
Freeze your fuel. Got him.
Are you sure you want to stay under the storm to see the bodies, Kate Walker? They'll still be here tomorrow, you know.
Maybe, Oscar, but I can't wait. I've just got to know now. Lenny's left her lookout post. Hardly surprising with this blizzard.
It's pronounced blizzard. There's someone standing over there.
Darn it, of course I need a coin again.
Coin! I don't know why we're doing this. But I'm doing it.
I'm not gonna get a decent photo in this weather.
So, take one anyways. Maybe you'll find the Yeti. Maybe this is when the Yeti come out. Right?
I'm not gonna get a decent photo in...
It was good. It was good. It was good photography. I should know I'm a photographer.
I'm not gonna get a decent photo in...
I'm ready for the Yeti.
So that's where the avalanche happened that's supposed to have buried Leon during the war. I'm not gonna get a decent photo in this weather. That's where the bodies were found. I'm not gonna get a decent photo.
Alright. Doesn't seem like there's really, anything here for us.
What's this?
Oh!
Maybe they'll let us go back and inspect the common room.
It's the frozen bodies from the Devil's Pass. The forensic team had to bring them up here because of the blizzard. But their generator shut off. I'm concerned it could damage the bodies.
Where's Demoiselle Lenny?
Oh, in her room, resting. She collapsed right after the forensic team left for Wagen.
Jeez, what happened?
I'm pretty sure it has to do with the bodies. I mean, she was staring down in that direction for, well, all the time. And then, when they brought them up from the Devil's Pass, it was like she had seen a ghost or something. It was almost as if...
As if she knew the departed.
What?
Is someone taking care of her?
Oh yes, don't worry. She's with that hermit who brings her wood and provisions sometimes.
Okay, in that case, you go back inside. I'll take care of the generator.
Are you sure?
Positive, just go. Go on. I need to check something in the tent anyway.
So can we go back in the common room, or are we done? Inspect the common room. It's still there. Okay, good. I was a little nervous that we weren't going to be able to do that. Can't imagine there's going to be a whole lot in the common room, though.
Too small for a door.
Okay. Cool.
Look, Oscar. A distant cousin.
What are you talking about, Kate Walker? And why are you laughing?
Haha. It's a family member, obviously.
photo of Leon on a ship. Must have been taken during his return from Baltayar. But I still can't figure out how he survived the winter while he was on the run over there. Lenny also had that newspaper clipping about Leon. Looks like the old girls built a veritable shrine to him.
Yeah, I mean, he was a pretty handsome dude.
Another one of those cigars.
It must be the mountain guy who was spying on us.
Demoiselle Lenny had tea with someone. Maybe with that alpinist guy.
Right. I don't know who that could be, like, big brute guy? I can't think of anyone off the top of my head
There's
that we know.
something truly odd going on with Demoiselle Lenny. I really ought to have a little chat with her. But before, the bodies. They're all that count right now. They must have carried Demoiselle Lenny to her room after she collapsed.
She's got a chairlift, though, which is really cool.
They must have carried Demoiselle Lenny to her room after she collapsed.
Ooh. Ooh. Yoink.
Looks like I can change its shape.
It's a Vorarlberg key.
Looks like I can change its shape.
But maybe it's not a Vorarlberg key because it's got two round ends and then two kind of diamond-shaped ones. Might not be. Certainly something, though. Like right there? Nothing? Okay. Might be everything? Might?
That bloody storm.
Huh? Oh. Do the Belgians like croissants as much as the French?
No time to explore the refuge again. I need to find the frozen bodies.
They like waffles. The Belgians like waffles. That's why they're not called French waffles, but Belgian. I like a good waffle. I'm always waffling anyways.
Lenny's left her lookout post. Hardly surprising with this blizzard.
You mentioned something about the fuel down here. Is there anything we can do about this?
I don't think it's cold enough for fuel to freeze, but maybe someone should store it inside, just in case.
Okay, no. I guess we have to, maybe we have to look at the generator first, then we use the, what if it's just out of fuel? The generator stopped working because it didn't have any more fuel. Ah, we're doing one of these now, okay? What do we got here?
There must be something missing here.
No.
Bird.
Must have got it wrong.
The other key. I did
That
this.
doesn't work.
Oh.
Impossible. Wrong one.
Then I don't know.
The gas tank's empty. I better find some fuel so I can turn on the generator.
Didn't you come across a jerry can earlier? Better go check it out.
Yes! Thanks, Oscar!
The generator doesn't work anymore. Have you checked the fuel? Uh-oh.
Looks like this one's full.
Full of something. Those are heavy. 3 gallons is, you know, good for doing some curls. We had downtime in the coffee shop, in our coffee shop at the university at my job. We had a Deer Park, like the 5-gallon jugs, and we would just sit there and do curls. The handle was on the side, so we would just take one of the 5-gallon jugs and we would just sit there and do fucking curls. I have no idea how much a 5-gallon jug of water weighs, but it's pretty good for lifting, man. It's pretty good for lifting. What's up, Strendo? How you doing? DK, a donkey dong. I'm talking DK, donkey dong. Sleepy? It is nighttime. The nighttime is the right time.
Got the tank all filled. Now I just need to start the generator.
Nighttime is the right time for sleep. Oh.
Nothing.
Speak to me, Oscar.
This button must have turned on the generator, Kate Walker. But you still need to use the starter.
Okay. Thanks, Oscar.
The starter. Which was at the front, I believe. Is there anything else on here? No? Alright.
There must be something missing here.
No, I don't think so. Better try something else.
Kate Walker, are you intentionally trying to damage me?
Maybe.
No.
Huh. Okay, so whatever goes there, I don't think we have, so
Look,
let's...
Oscar! The bodies must be over there!
It's too dark, Kate Walker. We should find a way to light up the tent.
Oh, is there something on the table here? But nothing that we can look at. It might be the mechanical key that I have, but she won't look at the thing? I didn't see anything else inside. It's got to be the mechanical key. I can't see the shape of the front of the thing. I'm gonna stand up here and try and get a better look. Looks like one of those keys for like a vending machine. It's a circle, but then there's two lines that come out from either side. Let's can I examine? See, that's a triangle. So that's not it. I mean, maybe this. Maybe like that. Let's try this. It's not easy to see, I'll be honest.
Impossible.
Okay. Let's go back in and make another adjustment. Let's do the, do the more triangle shapes. And if that's not it, then we just...
Wrong one.
Okay.
Better try something else.
I don't know then.
Must have got it wrong. No, I don't think so.
There must be something missing here.
Maybe there's another key somewhere else. Ooh.
Locked, of course.
Okay, let's try the triangle one. Okay, here we go. To get another key. Oh, we need like a crank. Makes sense.
Oh, dry biscuits. Wonder how long they've been there.
Eat some. I mean, they're dry biscuits, right?
Must be to crank up the generator.
Alright. That makes sense that it has a crank. There we go. Easy peasy. I want to look at no dead bodies. Also, I totally want to look at the dead bodies. Easy peasy motorboat. You motorboat some bitch.
Looks like the rescuers left in a hurry after they moved the bodies here. Must have been surprised by the blizzard.
Did you motorboat? Did you motorboat? When you put your face between the boobies and go, did you motorboat? You motorboat, son of a bitch.
Forensics Institute of Vagen.
Wedding Crashers was a very amusing movie. Very amusing.
That's not Dana in this body bag.
White man, brown hair, about 50 years of age. There's every reason to believe that this is the body of Harold Exner. Exner was to be exfiltrated by Leon Kabatis, whose remains are also thought to be among the frozen bodies. During a resistance operation, the party was probably swept away by an avalanche in the mid-1940s. What's up, Sam Razzie? How you doing? We don't get to look at it? Whatever. White man, around 30, fair hair, body in an exceptional state of preservation after being trapped in ice for many decades, probably died in an avalanche in mid-1940s. Everything indicates that this is the body of alpinist and resistance fighter Leon Kabatis. Reported missing during a delicate exfiltration operation, his identity should be confirmed by further analysis and a visual identification expected to take place soon. Did I see the Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster? I did not see the trailer, but I did see that it was announced. You love that how it was, but not gonna lie, you didn't like Frank's new face model, and his voice was meh. Yeah. It's cool that they're doing it, though. It's a really fun game. I've only played 1 and 3. I've never played 2 or 4. I didn't play much of 2. I did the, prequel, the setup prequel, and then I played a bit of 2, but I kind of just stopped. 3 was really fun, and I don't know anything about 4. Three was meh. 3 was awesome. I like 3. 3 took, ideas from... I mean, I guess the other Dead Rising games did it too, but I like the idea that it was like a... Maybe the open world isn't the greatest thing in the world, but I kind of enjoyed what was going on there. Driving around through piles of zombies and stuff like that. I had a fun time in that one. 2 did not feel very fun to me that I played. I don't know why. Maybe it was just because it was more of the same thing of Dead Rising 1. I was like, yeah, we did this already. 3 at least tried to do something different. Maybe that's why I like 3 more. 2 just felt like more of the same.
Leon. It's as if he died yesterday. Like in those stories where people are found perfectly preserved in ice for decades after being carried away by an avalanche. Hard to believe he's been dead for over 60 years. That's quite amazing. And grim at the same time.
I do remember enjoying 1 though. Well, I've wanted to like play that one again for a while. I just haven't gotten around to doing it. Maybe at some point. Alright, so this is the female, right?
An unidentified blonde woman in her 40s.
Oh, that can't be Dana.
That can't be Dana.
There we go. White female, blonde hair with blue eyes, between 40 and 50 years of age. Due to lack of evidence, her identity is impossible to determine with certitude. However, given the presumed identity of the other 2 bodies found in the ice, there is every reason to believe that this person participated in the resistance operation that was probably swept away by an avalanche in the mid-1940s. Okay, so Leon definitely here, but not Dana.
That's it, Oscar. Dana's body is not among those found with Leon's. What a relief.
Now that that's cleared up, Kate Walker, maybe we should take shelter within somewhat more solid premises.
Right. We should go and check on Demoiselle Lenny in the refuge. I have a lot of new questions for her.
Like, who cuts your hair? When is Dead Rising 1 remaster coming out? I wonder why they're changing Frank's voice. I wonder why they wouldn't use like the original. Is it the same person doing it or is it a brand new person? I wonder why, if they're changing it, I wonder why they would do that.
Demoiselle Lenny is resting upstairs.
Confront Lenny. I have to go use the bathroom. I will be back in like 2 seconds. What's a shitters? Shitters? Think I'm turding it up. We all turd it up. Very important. Well, why would... Well, Lenny was in the Resistance. That doesn't mean that she would have worked with Dana, but maybe. The Pepe emote?
Hello? Sir?
Are you sure you want to follow that individual, Kate Walker?
I don't think he looked threatening. Rather the opposite, Oscar.
Oh, she's sleeping. It said confront Lenny, and it gave it a check mark. I didn't confront her.
She's asleep. I'd better go and talk to that guy in the other room.
Wake her up with violence. Loud violence. Zero survival instinct. That person ran like an old person.
It's locked.
Damn. Damn.
Sir? Are you there?
I have come to get the Wiener Schnitzel. Turn up the light. Oh, turn the lights down low. No, you turn them down. We gotta set the mood.
What have we got here?
Drawings? Oh, what if the person is not a person, but a Gorin? What if it's a Yeti? What if it's a Yeti? We got a boat and a plane. Got some nerds chilling. Yeah, what if this is the Gorin that Leon saved? The meeting? Brothers and sisters in arms? Now what if it was my mother-in-law? You have a mother-in-law and you threatened her with a gun? Bet you she doesn't like you much. That's aggressive. Among Us. Oh, I understand this. They're trying to murder one another. I get that. Yeah, this is I think this is gonna be the Yeti.
This portrait, it looks like Leon. The style reminds me of that other portrait of him that he described in his letter from Baltayar. The one made by the...
Dana.
What?
The Go-Rune.
No, not Dana. She's old, like me.
And he's British?
I'm Kate. Kate Walker.
Kate Walker.
Yes. And you're the one that Leon saved during the Origin expedition a long time ago, aren't you?
Yes.
The Gorin from Baltayar. Well, you've come a long way, Mr.
Ludwig. Ludwig Hardtack.
He named himself after the crackers.
Well, Mr. Ludwig, if you don't mind my asking, what happened when you and Leon returned to Ostertal to join the resistance fighters? And how did you meet Dana?
Leon, my brother.
These drawings, they're moments from your life, aren't they?
Encounter with Dana, your parents rescued by Leon?
Looks like a river. And that little figure looks wounded. Is that you when you met Leon and the scientist from the Origin expedition?
Yes.
Leon among the Gorons, inhabitant of Altair. It's Leon among them.
That person in the middle of the others was in the other paintings. That's Leon, isn't it?
Yes. Leon.
Ludwig was me like 200,000 years ago. Yep. Yep. Inhabitant of Baltayar.
That group. Is it your tribe, Mr. Ludwig?
Yeah.
So you all live together in a cave in Baltayar? Right. So you and your tribe took Leon in after the death of Reinhard Berger in 1937. That's how he was able to survive the winter in the mountains. Then you went with Leon when he decided to return to Vagen to join the resistance fighters?
Mm-hmm.
The liberation of Vagen?
These combat scenes, are they of the liberation of Vagen?
Before. During resistance.
The blonde girl with you and Leon can't be Lenny, right?
Yes. Lenny, my sister.
I knew Lenny was a resistance fighter, but she never told me she fought alongside Leon, let alone you. She even went as far as saying that she never saw Leon again after 1937, when they all met at the refuge with Dana. Why would she hide something so important?
Time to check on Lenny. Come, Kate Walker.
Dude, smoke his cigar.
This sketchbook. I think it was Leon's.
Maybe she didn't want your Snoopy ass to know. I mean, probably. Yeah, this was Leon's. We saw this. Expeditions before 1937. That's Summer at the Refuge. That's Haas. Mountain Refuge. Edelweiss. Samples from Ostertal's mountains. The group makes progress. Origin Expedition, Autumn 1937. If only my hand could write what holds my heart. Oh, what holds your heart? Somebody else's hand? Your body, your chest. Altair. Living Among the Gorons, Winter 1938. They got crocodiles, yo. They got buildings and shit. Where'd he get those glasses? The Clandestine Return to Vagan, 1939. Vagan during the occupation. 202. The Edelweiss Network. Ah, so young. Last night, I had the most beautiful dream. Portrait of Leon by the Goran. Inspect the Goran's room. You got it. I'm good at inspecting rooms.
Detonating wire, just like in the old movies.
You gonna blow some shit up? Old propaganda posters. The super resistant. The super resistant does not exist. This is the real enemy. Der war Fiend ist er. East. Sure, I understand all that. Makes sense. Haben Sie Dyson Man Geshen? Have you seen this terrorist? 10,000 marks. Reward for information leading to the capture, dead or alive, of one Ludwig Hardtack, better known as the Mountain Murderer. Wanted for murder, dead or alive. He's part of the worst band of rogues Vagan has ever known.
This symbol looks like a warning.
Why does a handprint look like a warning? Explain yourself.
Some kind of map. Looks like the Devil Pass to me. Could all those marks indicate where the Gorons searched for Leon's body?
That's a good guess.
These must be plans for secret operations. Must have been some kind of a headquarters here. Maybe for local resistance fighters such as Leon and his group.
Anything else to snoop in? There's got to be more, right?
Weapons. Must have been here since the war, I guess. So much happened to the Gorun since Leon found him in Baltayar. What a life he had. But there are still so many gray areas. I need to learn more from Demoiselle Lenny now.
Let's go learn. You'd think. Sometimes. Most of the time I'm not allowed to think. Bad things happen.
Ah, Fräulein. I knew you would be back eventually. Judging by your face, You and Ludwig already met.
We have. And it raised a lot of questions about you. About what you said to me the first time we met, and about what you didn't say.
Of course. You can run from your past, but never truly escape it. Huh? But you already know that. Don't you, Fräulein?
You've been lying all along. What are you trying to hide?
I want to understand Mademoiselle Lenny. I'd like to understand why you didn't tell me about Leon's death, about fighting with him in the Resistance, and about the Gore, and about Mr. Ludwig. It would have saved us both so much time and effort.
Because it would have only begged questions. Questions which lead to events that I've never spoken about to anyone. Not even to you, dear Ludwig.
Lenny.
Still, I suppose it doesn't matter now. Perhaps it's time I confess my crime.
What are you talking about?
It was the best years of my life. Joining the Resistance, unlike my coward of a father, and fighting alongside Leon after he miraculously got back from Baltayar with Ludwig. It gave me purpose.
So now you have to die, Fraulein. Ludwig, kill her. Ludwig, kill her, quick! Ludwig, quick! Kill her! Ludwig, quick! 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 Damn. Slow, painful death. The time it is.
Leon was a terrific leader. I could feel he was finally taking me seriously, especially with Dana being missing. I knew he was still in love. After all, didn't he cross the globe to rescue her? But we all thought he arrived too late, that Dana had died with her parents during the pogroms. So I believed his mourning would eventually come to an end. And that's when Dana fell from the sky, literally.
Dana was sent by London, right? To oversee that operation led by your resistance network? The exfiltration of a civilian to Switzerland, if I recall correctly.
Indeed. But Leon never told us that Dana was involved. Maybe he was afraid to believe it himself.
Oh, they just gonna bang right there?
You should have seen them, Fräulein. It was as if they had never left each other.
Do you know if Dana ever mentioned a child?
Maybe they were planning to have one in Baltaya, who knows?
In Baltayar?
Yes, that's all they ever talked about. How they were going to live over there after the war, along with Ludwig and his tribe. But it was to be just another broken dream.
Show butthole, please.
Right. I should call London now. My radio's downstairs.
Show the perineum? You taint to be seeing that. It was a loading screen. You thought you saw a postcard? I mean, they're kind of like postcard-like, the loading screens. Get a room.
Leon's
They
drawing
did.
book.
They did get a room.
I recognize the mountains of Vagen in these drawings. Leon must have drawn them during his expeditions in the region.
They were at the right place to get a room.
These drawings date from the summer we met, when I worked here. These landscapes don't look like they're from the Vagen region.
Yeah. They're not.
Leon must have done these drawings when he was in Baltayar with the Origin expedition. This is a drawing of the Goruns.
Ludwig. Okay, snooped. We snooped good. June 20th, 1944. Dear Diary. Not long now before I embark on my mission, so I thought I'd jot down a few thoughts to try and unwind a little. It's been a few months now that I first found out that Leon's alive, and yet I still can hardly believe it's true. Anyway, tomorrow I'll be dropped over the mountains of Vagen. I'll be joining Leon and his resistance group at the Silberspiegel Refuge. Funny, that's exactly where we first met, where it all began between us. Herr Gustav will have left, and the place will have been abandoned, only being used as an outpost for the local resistance groups. I ought to feel nervous because of the airdrop, but that's not what worries me at all. Actually, I'm feeling anxious because of the reunion with Leon. Will he remember me? I know that London has informed him I'm the one who's been mandated to supervise the mission, but there's no way of knowing how Leon feels about it. Will he still love me? Should I talk about Anna? Or should I spare him the pain of knowing about that awful tragedy? I was wondering if she was going to tell him about that or not. I better get some sleep, and I need to keep focused on the mission. The civilian I have to escort into Switzerland is essential to the war effort, and therefore to the struggle against the Brown Shadow. That's what I need to be thinking about right now, not about Leon, but all the same, Leon, after all this time. And what if... What if what? What if what?
Herr Gustav housed me here when I worked at the refuge. I have so many fond memories with Leon here. When I left for London with Junta, I never thought I'd see the place again, let alone be here again with Leon.
Talk to your allies before using the radio. I have allies? Shut up. Most people are my enemies.
One of Leon's paintings. He did one of me posing on the terrace that summer when we met. He even gave me the painting so I would think of him when he was in Baltair. I expect it got destroyed by the Brown Shadow when they pillaged Papa's gallery.
You think they did butt stuff? You think they was doing butt stuff in the 1940s? They had to, right? They were dirty perverts back then, right?
The Goron's lair. The Goron's lair.
The Goron's lair? It's his room. That's rude. Oh, there's nothing over there, apparently. Something here?
Lenny's old room. I should stay away.
You should stay away. Also, do it. Now, where are my allies? Lot of supplies and whatnot. Folks always be on that butt stuff. That's what I'm thinking, you know?
So Yunta never did come back to retrieve it? Not surprising, really, I suppose, given the fact that World War broke out.
But you never know. People were always prudes.
What a mess. Herr Gustav must have turned Yunta's dark room into a storeroom after she left.
Being all prudish. I think that's the radio, so maybe we shouldn't mess with that yet.
Yunta's stash. I doubt I'll find anything of use there to amplify the radio signal.
Amplify the radio signal. But Mama, I just want to give back robes. What stuff is the one thing, the one linking thread for all of history? Yeah, I see that. I see that. But how many enemas is the real question?
Judging by these installations, Leon's network seems particularly well organized. Pity the same can't be said for all the resistance networks the Foreign Office deals with.
Oh, we could talk to Ludwig, hell yeah.
May I?
No enemas, they just winged it? You like drawing, huh?
The Goron described Leon as his brother. They must have shared lots of adventures together since Leon saved him from the clutches of Herberger. Lenny and the Goron seem close. It's nice that she's found a friend. Not that Herr Gustav lacked affection for her, but she spent too much time alone in that refuge.
They're frolicking.
True brothers and sisters in arms. You can sense that the three of them stand together as one.
You think Lenny and Ludwig did some nasty things together? You know, it's the missing link, right? Homo habilis.
Your drawings are beautiful.
For you, Dana Rose.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ludwig. It's almost as if you were there with us that night.
Leon told me.
Did he speak about me?
All the time.
I should go now. Talk to you later, Mr. Ludwig.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it looks like Leon and me in this drawing. The Gorun must have drawn it from Leon's accounts of us.
It's quite nice. Thank you. Also, this doesn't have to do with anything, but have you seen a trash can around here? Have you seen a trash can? No particular reason. Don't read into it. Maybe that's the radio.
Why did Herr Gustav leave the refuge? Did the Brown Shadow force him?
It was good they didn't call themselves the Brown Streak.
If this propaganda against the resistance fighters is anything to go by, the Brown Shadow must be pretty desperate. Looks like the Gorun must be a nightmare for the Brown Shadow. He must be the super resistant I heard so much about in London.
Hell's a super resistant?
An arms stash. Since the departure of Herr Gustav, resistance fighters have been using this place as an outpost. The Allies are unable to send enough supplies to the resistance fighters for them to completely let go of their good old-fashioned methods. Shouldn't think the Brown Shadow appreciate Leon and his group throwing their own grenades at them.
Map of the Alps.
Switzerland. The package will be safe over there.
I'll show them the package.
We'll need to cross Devil's Pass with the package in order to reach Switzerland. They say it's not the most daunting pass, but still, you need to be escorted by a professional alpinist.
Have you the package? Do you have the package? The package? Do you have the package? I am looking for the package.
The refuge. It'll be the departure point for our expedition into Switzerland tomorrow.
I like all the squiggles. They're very nice.
The refuge. The place where it all began between me and Leon.
That's a very nice package you have there. May I inspect your package closer? For all the reasons you're thinking.
Best not go too far.
I wasn't gonna stray too far, just a lot.
There's a storm brewing. Darn it. I hope it doesn't break until we're through Devil's Pass in the morning.
Well...
Is everything all right, Herr Exner? You seem a little upset. If it's about your exfiltration tomorrow, I can assure you there's nothing to be worried about. Leon is the best for...
I couldn't care less about tomorrow.
So what is it then?
It's my wife, Andrea. It's like I said to your goons there. I can't leave without her.
Your wife? I'm sorry, Herr Exner, but we have no orders regarding...
I don't care about your orders. I'm not leaving without Andrea. Do you hear me? I won't. You think I'm a bastard, don't you? A selfish bastard ready to risk people's lives to recover the woman he loves. That's what you all think, isn't it?
Not at all. You asked for it. You're just afraid. I don't have an opinion. You asked for it?
No, I think you're afraid, that's all. Afraid for you and the woman you love. And fear doesn't usually bring out the best in people.
I take full responsibility for my actions, and I expect no pity in return. But would a little understanding be too much to ask? I mean, what would you do in my shoes? What would you do if they asked you to abandon that alpinist you seem to be so fond of for the common good, eh? Because that's what you're asking me to do with Andrea.
Well, to be perfectly honest, I suppose if I were in your shoes, I would pull out all the stops to protect those who are dear to me.
I see. Thank you, Fraulein.
Okay, but I believe in love. I believe in the power of love. I streamed some Elden Ring again today. Oh, dude, nice. Nice, nice, nice. What are you doing in Elden Ring? That's cool beans.
Lenny!
What do you want?
I'm so glad to see you.
It's amazing how you've grown. How have you been since last time?
Fine, I guess.
Remember when I didn't snitch on you?
I found out that the refuge was closed down by the Brown Shadow a few years ago. Turns out your network did the best of it. But what about Herr Gustav? Is he...
dead? No, he's not dead. Although, for me, he might just as well be.
Who you pointing that gun at? Get your finger away from the trigger.
It's quite incredible when I think of you and Leon fighting alongside someone who comes from so far away.
Yeah. After Leon saved him during the expedition in Baltayar, Mr. Ludwig's tribe took him in during the winter months. They became inseparable, like brothers. So much so that Mr. Ludwig insisted on coming back here with Leon. Now he's our most ferocious fighter, the terror of the Brown Shadow.
See you later, Lenny.
I like you.
Well, everyone seems all right, more or less. I should get back to the radio now.
Just exploring, working your way to Shadow of the Erdtree. Oh, nice. Did you start a brand new file for it, or are you just using one of your older ones? You doing like New Game Plus?
Have you called London yet?
I have not. What's London?
I read Leon's network uses the old caves over there to escape from the Brown Shadow. That's smart. Sky's darkening. Doesn't bode well. Let's just hope it'll clear up by the morning.
Probably not.
Devil's Pass. Once we've crossed it, getting into Switzerland shouldn't be a problem.
was an old file, but the character had just started. Not sure where your first character went. You deleted it? Damn. Damn. No love for your first character. You're just like, nah, I'm done with this scrub. Deletion. Got you. It's harsh. Real harsh.
We'll have to cross that tomorrow. It's daunting. Not because of the crossing, though. Leon knows it like the back of his hand. No, because of what will happen between us afterwards. I know I'll have to face the fact that London won't let me stay with him once we've escorted the civilian into Switzerland. And Leon would never accept to leave his men and follow me to London as long as the war's still raging. Once again, everything seems to be against us. But at least I've seen him. At least I know he still loves me. And we'll have plenty of time to catch up when we'll leave for Baltair after the war.
Yeah, considering
So, best not dwell. I'll have all day tomorrow to feel sorry for myself.
Yep. So what's your character specialize in? What do they do? What do you want to do with it? Anything in particular? Any sort of build, I guess is what I'm asking. Kind of build. We have to radio London.
Maybe Herr Gustav's homemade radio is still around here somewhere.
It is, it's in the attic.
Nothing. I should turn the radio on first.
Ah. Well, it is on. It's playing music.
This part of the radio is used to receive messages.
Did it?
This part of the radio is used to receive messages.
No. I'm used to receive messages.
This part of the radio is used to transmit messages. I need my documents so I can find the right setting. They're in a side pocket of my bag. This part of the radio is used to transmit messages.
Aha! Anything in this other side pocket?
Empty.
Just like my heart. It knows us so well. Alright, let's go get that receiver antenna, I guess. From the attic. From the other radio. Radio. Made it back from Vagen despite the Brown Shadow's tightening of the curfew. The hardest part was telling Franz's parents their son had been killed in the last operation. The father was especially cut up when I told him he couldn't recover his son's body. I tried to explain that hardtack buries all our fallen in the eternal snow, like in a frozen cemetery, so they become at one with the mountain and rest in peace beside the fallen brothers in arms, where there's no risk of the Brown Shadow ever finding them and desecrating their graves. Anyway, even though they knew Franz knew of the risks, it didn't make it any easier for them to accept his death. I tried to reason with the father, and he finally resigned himself to just asking for Franz's effects. I don't see why we would refuse, but I've never been asked this before, so what do you think? You think Leon would mind? Who's Franz and what kind of effects? DOS
Personal
effects?
effects in a heap. Can't be a good sign.
Or it could be a great sign.
Leon's men must have settled down in the dormitories.
Dormitories. Dormitories. Dormitories. Yes. Quite verily, yes. Indeed, indubitably. What? It disappeared. It said inspect and then it didn't let me inspect.
Herr Gustav's old radio. I remember we spent many an evening listening to serials when I worked here that summer.
That's me! Wow.
This is the transmitter Herr Gustav told me he'd cobbled together to compensate for the wave disturbance caused by the mountains. Should be able to use it for my own radio to contact London.
Yoinkers!
Once this antenna is connected, there must be a way to open it. There must be something else I can plug into it. There must be something else I can plug into it.
What you trying to plug in, though?
Once this antenna is connected, there must be a way to open it.
So maybe that's it. We plug it in first. Alright, so we're doing, like, part of it. Let's take it. The old snatcheroni. The old bony snatcheroni.
Yunta's stash. I doubt I'll find anything of use there to amplify the radio signal.
Amplify radio signal. Very. Alright, let's go see if we can jam it in. Said something was missing, so we might not have everything that we need, but let's go try first. Give it the old try guy.
That should boost the signal. Perfect.
Huh. Okay. Up it goes. Whoa. The hell?
I must have made a mistake.
the signal is strong enough to reach London now.
Okay, so we did that, but now we have to inspect her papers. Let's see what we got here. Top secret. Please follow the procedure below to contact your liaison officer. To obtain the safety frequency, decipher the contact code below. Please see the attached appendix. So we've got like a little bit of a cipher maybe here. Let me jot this down. 2111.12.121.21. Okay. Set the resulting safety frequency on the receiver part of your device. Your liaison officer will then communicate on the receiver part of your device a new transmission frequency to decipher. Set this new transmission frequency on the sender part of your device. Use the handset of your device to reach your liaison officer. Seems very complicated. I am not smart enough. Top secret. In order to send a message using the radio, please use the correspondence table below. The recipient of the letter will receive their code at the frequency established by the contract code. Seek, bath, fair, read, lead, life, weft, fate, tears, fail, barn, peak, leaf, steel, bark, corn. Bark, corn? What the hell's a weft? Okay, so that's not helpful right now. This is what we need. Document establishing a correspondence between the Latin alphabet and Morse code. So this is 21111. That's probably B. 12 A. 121 R and 21. N. Barn. Barn. Barn, 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 barn. Barn, 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 barn. Barn, barn, barn. Barn, barn, barn. Barn, 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 barn. Barn, barn, barn. Barn, barn. 69 dudes. 6, 9. Okay, so now that we have barn, what are we doing? Obtain the safety frequency, decipher. Obtain the safety frequency, decipher the contact code below. Please see the attached appendix. Set the resulting safety frequency on the receiver part of your device. The receiver part. Okay, so that was the top part, right? Receiver. So, I need them to stop. I can't. Fuck me, dude. Get away from it. Okay. Got it. Okay, so now we go back down here. Oh no, I need to look at this. I need to look at that. I need this. So 1221. 1221P. So P, then 1 E, E 12 A. I guess it's pair 212. No, now it's 212. It's not pair. 212. Hey, peak. Hey, peak. Peak, 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 peak. Peak is 8-4. Okay, so 8-4, right? Just making sure we're still following procedure. Set the resulting frequency on the receiver part. Your liaison officer will then communicate on the receiver part of your device a new transmission frequency to decipher. Set this new transmission frequency on the sender part of your device. Okay, so now we go to 884 on the radio. Here, you go to 84. And assuming now we do this. Oh, I should, hold on. Let's turn this off. That's annoying the hell out of me. I think we got it. Cool.
London, come in. London, do you read me? Over. We've made contact. Package safe and sound. I repeat, we've made contact. Package...
Out of the question! I'm not moving from here without her!
London, please wait a moment. Over. What's going on?
You! Tell London I'm not leaving without my wife.
Herr X, now listen,
No, you listen. Andrea is my closest collaborator. With regard to the Allied war effort, she is just as important as me. She is in Wagen as I speak, hiding at some friend's place under a false identity. You must bring her here and smuggle her into Switzerland with me.
There's no way we're going back to Wagen. Brown Shadow troops have overrun the entire town. We can't risk delaying our departure.
A storm coming. Danger.
I'm not moving from here without her.
London, did you hear that? Roger that. Over and out. They say we can't allow Frau Exner to be captured and risk her letting the cat out of the bag.
What are you waiting for then? Send someone to fetch her.
Hang on. You're not asking me to...
Sorry, Lenny, we haven't got a choice. Ludwig can't go about in public in Wagen, and I have to prepare everything to get them through Devil's Pass tomorrow. You're the only one I trust enough to...
Why can't she go?
Lenny's right. Well, it's not my orders, but yeah, I got it.
Lenny's right. I'm not known to the Brown Shadow. I can sneak into Wagen incognito this evening and be back in time for...
Out of the question. That's not your mission here. And besides, it's too dangerous.
Leon!
That's messed up.
All right, then. I'll go.
Lenny, wait!
It's too dangerous for her to go, but it's okay for Lenny.
Leon's reaction and his unconditional love for Dana drove me mad with rage. So I decided to take my revenge by making a detour. It was a detour I would regret for the rest of my life.
That's how she ends up getting injured, right? How she's handicapped now.
What did you do? I made a deal with the devil.
Is that Haas? So she got her out.
No one was supposed to have gotten hurt, I promise. I promise, Fräulein. I just didn't want Leon to leave me forever. To leave with her. But it was a fool's bargain, as I should have known from the beginning.
This is why she doesn't want to be honored as a resistance fighter, because she squealed. All this shooting and stuff very loud, and that can agitate the snowdrifts. So shooting and stuff could cause an avalanche, the sound waves. What's up, Yoshi? How you doing?
Becomes impassable!
Go through the pass in this weather? Are you mad? We have no choice, Lenny! It's that or fall into the hands of the Brown Shadow! And we both know what that means! We ought to stay, to buy Leon as much time as we can! Leon,
She's right, Lenny! Now go! Go! Come! Dana!
No! Don't make this harder than it is!
Dana!
I love you, Leon.
I love you too, Dana, more than anything in the world. Come on, let's go!
Ironic, isn't it? But the worst was yet to come.
that's not good.
Who knows how long we fought? Enough for Leon to lead the civilians to the foot of Devil's Pass.
I like how he doesn't have to reload his shotgun. That's really cool. It's a very cool shot. It's like a riot shotgun, but from the 1940s. The fuck? It's a 2-barrel shotgun. Boom. Reload. He's just like pretending. He's going beast mode. Get him, Ludwig. Yeah. You on the toilet, nasty? Well, they are called hand grenades for a reason. They're always handy. Right, and all that noise in the valley here. Maybe the grenade. Aerial grenades, rocket propelled. Drone delivered. Well, so she knows at least what happened to Dana, though.
Ludwig has been searching for Leon's remains since then. But it took the thaw due to global warming to uncover the bodies. And with them, my crime. Precisely when you decided to show up, Fraulein.
Lenny.
Dear Ludwig, can you ever
Mr. Ludwig, please.
Don't, Fraulein. I deserve this. Let's get this over with, Fraulein. Let me tell you about the last time I ever saw Dana, and then I'll be done.
Okay, I'm listening.
It was a year after Leon died, just after the liberation of Vagen.
$45. Visit Lenny. Talk to old acquaintances before you go off to the infirmary. April 20th, 1945. I'm at a loss for words. Joining Leon at the refuge has opened a new door to a possible bright future. The two of us together in Baltayar with the Gorons. The Gorons. It's Goron. It's a door that the Brown Shadow has been once again fiercely trying to slam shut. It's really too much this time. Boggin, Europe, all this killing spree, it must stop. I better go and say farewell to Lenny. I owe it to her. Then I will leave this continent of ruin and death behind me. See, that picture here looks kind of like the picture that our mom had in her living room. Looks similar to it. It was her and her grandma, her mom and her dad. Not the same, but looks similar. Okay. So, talk to old acquaintances before you go off to the infirmary. So this is the music academy. Unofficial report. My captain, I'm writing to inform you of a troubling incident. You remember the prisoner the Reds handed us before they left? A redhead, chatty, an official party artist? She was supposed to go before the military court yesterday for all the propaganda work she did for the Brown Shadow. However, as I prepared to bring her here, a high officer, a Brit, called me over. He said we had the wrong person and ordered me to release her. Since he was of a much higher rank, I obeyed, but it has since left a bitter taste in my mouth. The Reds were absolutely certain she was guilty, and unsurprisingly, she has vanished since the British officer convinced me to release her. Do you think I have enough of a case to file a report with the military police? That would have been Junta. I look forward to your wisdom and advice in this matter. Humbly yours, Sergeant Scott Curtis. That would have been Junta. She was a double agent, which is why they let her go.
Hezawa?
Oh, Fräulein Dana.
What are you doing here?
Well, unlike my former colleagues of the Origin expedition, I refused to be hired by the Allies. So, by the same chalk, I turned down immunity.
Why would you do that?
Well, all I've ever wanted to do in life is to carry out my anthropological research. But if there's one thing I learned in Baltayar, it's that it can't be done by serving the designs of this or that superpower. Not even momentarily. I've had enough of prostituting science. So, I've given myself up to be judged for accepting to be financed by the Brown Shadow.
I see.
I'm sorry about Leon, Fräulein Dana. I know you were close. He, used to talk about you all the time. I'm sorry. I was rather harsh toward him last time we met. He was a good man. I miss him. His integrity.
I miss him too. Hezawa?
Yes, Fräulein Dana?
Thank you for passing Leon's letter on to me about what happened in Baltayar like you promised you would, despite your own grief. It's proof that you're a man of honor. I wish you well now.
Talk to him again.
Goodbye, Fräulein Dana.
Perfect. Oh, this is Gustav.
Goodness me, it's you, Dana.
Herr Gustav?
Wish it was still a music academy, eh? I'm at HQ now, you know.
Yes,
I just visited Lenny.
that's why I've come too. I wanted to see her before I leave. How is she?
Surviving, I suppose. The Allies are taking care of her here in the infirmary. Thank goodness. Special treatment for her exploits in the Resistance. But it's unlikely she'll ever walk again now.
I'm so sorry for what happened to her. I let Leon die alone, and I couldn't even help Lenny when she got hit during the assault on the refuge.
I understand you, my lovely. I do. But don't blame yourself, eh? Regrets, we all have a few. And some more than others. Especially in times of war, Dana. It's the way of the world. We just have to move on best we can. Maybe if we could all just let the water flow under the bridge, the swans will come back and we'll all be able to live together again. Like we used to.
Would be good, if it's at all possible. And Lenny?
I promise to take good care of her. For the rest of my life. I lost my little girl once. I'm not losing her again. I'll take up my job at the refuge. And I'll adapt it to her handicap. See?
That's nice.
Is everything okay, Dana?
That's nice. Where were you during the occupation?
Where were you during the occupation? Lenny never mentioned it.
If you want to know, I was cleared by the military court, Dana. Might well have something to do with the fact that I'm the father of a heroine. But all the same, I was cleared of any wrongdoing, you see.
Oh, I see. I see very well, Herr Gustav. You have a good day now.
I don't know what he could have done, but it must have been something for the Brown Shadow, right?
Since the liberation, everyone in Wagen seems to be looking for someone.
Oh, it's talk. I don't want to talk to him again, obviously. Or maybe not obviously. Let's talk to him again. Was that Haas?
The little Vagaran scourge. Still clinging on like fleas on a rat, I see. Oh, I was so disappointed I didn't bump into you when we sacked your parents' house. Before we threw them in the Dombra River.
Kick him in the Goonie Birds.
I just wanted to tell you what a pathetic little man you are. You don't even deserve my hatred.
Run, Rabbit! Run! 'Cause we'll soon be back to finish off scum like you!
You can talk all you
I'm
want.
definitely done with everybody here. I should go and talk to Lenny in the infirmary now.
You can run your mouth all you want. You're probably gonna die. Is it less people? No, it's the same thing. I thought like maybe the line was like shortening. It's not. Wagen ist befreit. Wagen freed. Wagen patriots smash Brown Shadow and hoist Ostertal flag over the city. Ostertal patriots rebelled against the Brown Shadow conquerors and liberated their capital city of Wagen today. As a massive allied army gathered at the city gates, thousands of besieged partisans stormed Brown Shadow barricades, overpowered the enemy garrisons, and hoisted the Ostertal flag victoriously over the city. The last word at headquarters was that Allied troops had joined Wagen patriots on the musical square in the heart of the capital after bitter fighting with Brown Shadow and Wagen collaborationist militiamen. In an extraordinary speech, one Soviet major took the stage among the automatons of the square. He said, "This great day of liberation would not have happened without the continued war effort of so many, and notably of one Soviet factory in the industrial city of Komkolsgrad." Is that the mine? Komkolsgrad? Was that where the mine was? And where we had the where we met the pilot in the Cosmodrome? Situated between Ukraine and Kazakhstan, this factory has been able to maintain its activity of extraction and refinement of heavy metals thanks to its workforce of automatons. Yeah, it was. The major added, it is a fitting conclusion that the very creator of that factory of automatons also created this musical square on which we stand today as free citizens of the world. His name was Hans Vorarlberg. The Wagen radio confirmed late tonight that the Ostertal capital had been liberated and that the Brown Shadow commander-in-chief had signed an unconditional surrender. Yeah, so we had been to that mine before. I guess we're just gonna walk into the infirmary. I'm guessing. Yeah. Goodbye.
Hello, Lenny. I have to leave, Lenny. Every new day in Wagen is like another agony for me since Leon died. I can't face being here anymore. Not now that the town is freed. So, I've decided to leave for America. I'm going to try to start life over. I don't know if I'll do any better in the United States, but I'll have more of a chance of getting by there than here. I'm not abandoning you, Lenny. Ludwig's staying to help you find Leon's body in the mountain. And I'll write to you, often. I won't forget you. I'm so sorry.
So Dana, she never knew what you did?
Indeed.
Okie dokie.
So, did she write to you like she promised? From the United States?
Yes, she did. For the next 40 years.
She's still alive, then?
Can't say for sure, but there's a good chance.
Can you explain?
No. I've had enough of explaining. Explaining to myself. All I want now is to find some peace, far away from guilt and loneliness. I'm going to rest now.
It's not too late to forgive yourself.
Wouldn't know how, even if I wanted to.
You won't know until you try.
Thank you, Fräulein. You'll find the last letter I received from Dana in my automaton. It will give you the answers you're looking for.
Thank you.
So Dana would have been born in like 1920, and it's 2005. So she'd be like 85. I mean, it's not terribly old. Pretty old. Oh, butt mechanism.
It won't budge. There must be a way of unblocking it somewhere else on the mechanism.
Butt panel. Ah. Touch the butt.
It's blocking it.
What's blocking it? What's it?
Impossible.
Can't just say it's blocking it. That's not helpful information. It's over there. But you didn't point anywhere. Maybe it's just a hanger. That might have been something. Alright, let's take a look. There's a bow tie. Oh. Okay, so that's her key. It looks like the diamond shape, not the round shape, right? So let's go into our inventory here. And the diamond one, right? It's latched. Got it. Not bad. And there's another one. Now open. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Cool beans. Looks like there was another thing up there, but let's look down here first, just in case. No idea what we're
Something
looking at.
important must be hidden behind this lock.
Thing's stuck.
Looks like there's nothing to do here for now. I should take care of the automaton's heart first.
That's what I figured. Okay, so back into this. And it looked like what? This here? Okay, cool beans. Cool beans, cool beans.
Thing's stuck.
Okay, didn't know what we were doing there. Alright.
Impossible.
Okay.
Thing's stuck. No. Impossible.
Maybe we're trying to time this. Too early. We were pulling it towards us. What if I put Oscar's heart in there?
You should be able to control this body now, Oscar. Let's work together to unlock it and find that letter from Dana.
Ah, a new body. Again. Oh, how basic.
Oh, who's basic? Okay, where was that? That's in the back? So everything is in a down position except for a diamond?
I should be able to use this. Thing's stuck.
This lock. I think I need to slide the small moving part nearby in order to unlock it. Maybe I could ask for Oscar's help if I get stuck.
I think we're gonna put it in the other spot. Okay. Go back to Oscar, and I think we're... No? Okay. That's the one that needs to go down, is over here.
This lock. I think I need to slide the small moving part nearby in order to unlock it. Maybe I could ask for Oscar's help if I get stuck.
Small moving part.
Thing's stuck. Thing's stuck.
We have like a line to get there. I just don't know how to unlock it.
No. No, I don't think so.
Now we can move it.
That's it. I should be able to remove the...
Okay, so now we have to do the other side. So we up and up. Okay, and he needs to lean forward again so we can switch the track. I don't know why, but I really like this viewpoint.
I think I can turn the crank now.
She does this every time she wants to open this? Oh, we have to... I think get all of them out now.
Oh, it won't fit. I must display the key properly.
Maybe they're all up. I mean, it's one or the other. It's either they're... Yeah. They're all out or they're all up.
The letter.
Does it say AR? Can't read what the letters are. Maybe it's DR?
Spring 1983. Dana sent this letter 20 years ago to Lenny.
2,000 years ago?
Dana Goengrish, Manhattan. her name changed. May 21st, 1983. My dear Eleni, sorry if I haven't written in a long time. Things haven't been easy for me of late.
New York, 83. Dude, look at how posh that apartment is. Or living quarters, house, living room. The severed head.
My husband, William Gerngrich, passed away last summer. He was such a remarkable partner and a tremendous support. But as you know, Lenny, there used to be another world for me. The world before. Our world, Lenny. The world of Leon. I've honored my current contracts. But now I feel I need a change.
Contemplate your second life. I thought that said complete your second life. Complete. Rival photo. Star is born, and her name is Dana Gongrich. Gongrich. Have you been down to the cafe concert recently? If you have, then you will have fallen in love. In love with the virtuoso music of a rising star. Her name is Dana. And all we know about her is she came to the United States from her hometown in Central Europe in the aftermath of the war. So if you go down to the cafe concert tonight, you're sure for a big surprise. And this musicologist will be thrilled to bits to be the first to lead you to discover a pure genius before she is swept away to play at the world's greatest stages. That's her and her husband. Dude has a massive jaw. Massive. William and Dana Gungrich. It's a severed head. Just a floating head there. I hate it. Also neat. Oh, look at all these flowers and stuff that we got from our admirers. I'm gonna open up this drawer real good. Blah Tao, give me drugs. Breaking daily news. I want to read it. What does it say? 19. Breaking news. What's the breaking news? There's nothing in this drawer. It's a garbage drawer. Crescendo. Letter from Raymond. Hello, Raymond. Crescendo Entertainment. Dear Dana, my thoughts are with you as always during these difficult times. You know I'll always be here through the good times and bad. You understand your sudden desire to let everything go since dear William's passing. I really do. But I must ask you to give it some time before you throw in the towel. True, you are at the height of your fabulous career, but I sincerely believe there is a new wonderful chapter yet to be written in your book of life. You are so much in demand, it would be such a pity to disappoint all those fans who adore you, and they really do. I hope you'll take up this new offer that, of course, we have happily increased. It's only normal that the artist who made my label should receive all my sincere gratitude, not only from the heart, but also from the pocket. I have left the master copy of your latest recording for you to listen to before it goes to press. This is Dana at her very best, and once you've heard it, I hope you'll realize that such talent cannot possibly just walk away from her public. Yours always, Raymond Pratt, Artistic Agent. Ooh, Artistic Agent, you say? And what kind of art shall we be doing? I hope it involves nudity. Artistic nudity, but nudity nonetheless. Show butthole.
Yabba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-wah.
Is not plugged in. I looked. Okay. We have contemplated there. Let's contemplate to the right. You've been watching for a while and you have no idea what's happening. That's fair.
Not for you to know.
So the other person we were just like solving the puzzle there, her name's Kate. She's been in all the other games, and she is now tracking down this woman, Dana Rose, who bears a striking resemblance to her, and so she's trying to find out her story. And yeah, along the way, it's riddled with puzzles. Yep. Because everyone somehow is connected with the Vorarlbergs. Automatons are all the rage, and apparently the automatons are puzzles. And robots. Cool, sexy robots. So, yep, solve puzzles, find lore. Pretty much, that's the name of the game. It's a point-and-click kind of adventure puzzle game. Yeah. Lies of P, but the P stands for puzzles. Kind of, yeah. Just no combat. And we're not Pinocchio. There's no Geppetto. And we're not Italian. Yeah, I don't know, Yoshi, if you were around when we were playing the other games, but this is all connected. Syberia 1, Syberia 2, Syberia 3, and now Syberia... whatever this one's called, 4. One-for-one comparison, you're convinced? I will acquiesce. I agree, it's true. A lot of Syberia, it is. It's been fun. I've really enjoyed them all. Alright, now let's look at ourselves, because we are vain. Everyone looks at themselves in the mirror and they go, damn, I'm ugly. And then they, I know I'm pretty. Look at yourself in the mirror and you cry. You just need some butterfly clips to hold your neck fat back and make your neck young again. Pick up the telephone. You got it, pal. Guten Tag.
It was a nurse who worked at the maternity ward at Baden Sanatorium before the war, when I spent some time there. She had stumbled upon a letter written by her superior. It was a strange confession written by the chief doctor who was present when I went into labor. She claimed that the child I gave birth to on April 5th, 1938 was alive, that they had seized the opportunity of me falling into a coma to give my daughter Anna to a couple of friends of my parents, the Zimmers.
That's what I
Anna
said.
is alive, Lenny.
New Jerusalem.
You can imagine, my dear Lenny, that I spent the following weeks searching for my daughter high and low. It wasn't that difficult, even though my daughter's names had been changed.
Yeah, and her mom's just like 43 right now, or thereabout. I mean, it lines up. I called it. I called it. And so if they adopted the kid, they wouldn't have named the kid Anna. They would have... It's a newborn, so whatever they wanted, right? So, Sarah.
For a while, I just stood there, watching a woman who seemed to be the center of attention. She looked so confident, joyful, and full of life. She was surrounded by charming friends and a couple of old folks who must have been the Zimmers, her adoptive parents.
Dana knew the Zimmers. I want a flute of champagne.
As I was watching my daughter, it appeared clear to me. I was an intruder in the life of Sarah Walker Zimmer.
Mom?
This young woman didn't look like me and inspired nothing in me either. No emotion, no desire to run to her and take her in my arms. Absolutely nothing. It felt meaningless. I just did what I thought best in such cases. I took a trip into her assumed past, just to make sure there were no regrets.
so the Zimmers lost a child. Like right around the same time, like in 1936 or 37. So when Dana would have given birth, it would have been like 38, would have been like a year or so after, like they had lost their child. I did not see what the thing suggested. Contemplate what could have been, give up the past. I'm assuming that means leave. And the Zimmers were relatively well off, I think. Well, better off than than Dana's family was. I figured as much, something like that would happen, you know? It was a good opportunity for them to kind of like rid themselves of a seemingly problem, you know, with the kid. But I love the fact that she's snooping. This is great. Yeah, it was the picture I was talking about. We saw earlier with, when Kate was having a flashback. And that's husband. Her husband. How'd I get over here? Oh, okay, okay. There's more than one. Happy birthday, Mom, Catherine. Is that a bear? What the hell is that? What? Is that a lion? The fuck? I think that's a lion. Kitty Kate. Adorable. Kate. Hello. That's always how is that how, like, every kid draws the sun? It's always in the corner with some rays coming out of it? These are my drawings. Dog. Dog, good job. Okay. I saw the paper on the coffee table and it looked like something I might be able to interact with, so I tried to make sure we did. The Magic Mountain, Thomas Mann. I like how...
A ghost, Dana. That's all you are. Stop haunting these people and leave.
I like how, just like Kate, Dana has no fear about just, like, breaking in and walking into somebody's house. That's a Kate... That's a Kate, feature. What would you call that? A, not feature. Personality trait. Kate trait. Kate loves just barging into places and snooping around. Takes right after her grandma. Nature versus nurture, right? That's some nature right there. Grandma likes to snoop, Kate likes to snoop. I think we're done. I don't think there's anything else left to do here. You didn't really imagine her, just go upstairs. Just walk up. It's cool. I guess we're peacing out. No, don't go left.
I was just about to leave when I heard piano music coming from upstairs. It stopped me in my tracks. Six little notes, pure, crystalline, that crushed my heart with an incredible violence. I climbed the stairs like an automaton, guided by the music of the hymn of Vargen. The music I was so proud to play on the main square of Vargen. I never played it again after that. In a child's bedroom, I saw a little girl learning to play the piano. She was very studious and didn't seem at all surprised to see me there. She must have thought I was just another guest who had lost their way to the bathroom.
It's a little creepy. You think Kate remembers when the lady came over to her and sat down and played piano with her? I think that would leave a mark on me, I think. It's something notable.
We hardly spoke. I just showed her how to play. Hands must glide over the keyboard like swans over water. That's what our teachers at Vargen Academy used to say.
It's kind of bittersweet, right? I mean, she learns that, you know, her daughter's alive and has a family of her own. But she doesn't get to be part of it. But she got to meet her grandkid.
I hurried out of the house without looking back. And a few days later, I left the United States for the only destination that had any meaning to me. Farewell, my dear Lenny.
Dana.
Well, I will never understand human emotions. I thought you would be happy to have the proof at last that Dana Rose is your ancestor.
I'd totally forgotten that strange old lady who helped me play my piece on Mom's birthday. She was my grandma.
So, what are we going to do now?
I don't know, Oscar. I really don't know. I know I should feel happy to come to the end of this adventure. I found freedom. I kept my promise to Katyusha. And discovered a fascinating part of my mother's past, kept secret until now. But it makes no difference to the guilt I feel over my mom's passing, or the void I feel since her death. Maybe if I had met Dana in person, but that's impossible now. The last trace of Dana I have is this letter, and it's over 20 years old. And besides, Dana implies she left for an unknown destination, like a hiding place, to wait for the end of a life that no longer held any meaning for her. She could be anywhere. That's if she's still alive at all. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. So, I don't know, Oscar. I really don't know anymore.
Oh, we're just ending here. Oh, okay. I thought I was waiting. She just trailed off, I guess. All right.
There's only one thing left to do, Oscar. What everyone has been expecting me to do since I jumped on the train with Hans.
Go home.
Just be reasonable and return to New York. There's an end to everything, Oscar. Isn't there?
Not like she has a ton of luggage. I like how she's just wearing the same clothes every day.
My carriage number. This ticket will take me to the international airport of Vaughan, and from there, back to New York.
The New York groove. I gotta use the bathroom. We're right at the end. I'm pretty sure we're right at the end, but I gotta... been holding my bladder for a minute because this is exciting and interesting, but I can't do it anymore. I'll be right back. You think they're gonna make me make her walk, or do been slowly sliding over the whole time.
I should find a phone to call Olivia before I take the shuttle. Given all the trouble waiting for me in New York, I'm gonna need all the help I can get.
I don't think you exactly left things on the best terms with Olivia. Also, like, fuck her. Present a valid train ticket, call Olivia. We read this one? Identify the bodies, right. Okay, so hurry! December 2nd, 2005. Dear Mrs. Foster, not sure where to begin. I've just come back from the refuge. I wanted to find out what became of Kate Walker after she went there a few days ago in the middle of the night in a blizzard. She went to find out if Dana Rose's body was among those of the resistance fighters found at the foot of Devil's Pass. I found the place abandoned, no trace of Kate Walker, nor of Lenny, the old manageress, nor of her mysterious odd job man. The only one who was there was a Belgian mountaineer waiting patiently to climb the famous mountain. Die Weiss Holla. The mountaineer said he saw Kate Walker at the refuge on the evening of the blizzard. She apparently inspected the tent where the bodies of the frozen resistance fighters were placed. He didn't know what she was doing there, but said she seemed relieved when she came out. It's reasonable to deduce that Dana Rose wasn't among those bodies. There then followed some strange comings and goings. Kate Walker apparently went to Lenny's room with the strange hermit who acts as the old manageress's odd job man. They apparently stayed there for hours before he eventually came out, apparently looking distraught. Kate Walker came out later, then left the refuge without saying where she was going, but looking deeply perplexed and disheartened. A few hours later, the mountaineer resolved to go and see Lenny. He found her lying in her bed, lifeless. The poor old woman must have died in her sleep. The mountaineer wanted to call the emergency services, but then the hermit returned to the refuge. Ignoring the mountaineer's protests, he tenderly picked up Lenny's body, then carried her along with the frozen body of the resistant fighter into the mountain. He then disappeared as he carried them into the blizzard. He carried both of them? Dude, Ludwig. I must admit, I'm completely perplexed. Who knows what drama was played out between Kate Walker, Lenny, and her odd job man during that blizzard. I get the feeling Miss Walker must have uncovered some terrible secret during her short stay in Vagen. A secret that, like an underlying and treacherous illness, has poisoned the region since the 1930s, and one whose common denominator seems to be Dana Rose. But what's the connection with Kate Walker? Why has she taken this whole case so much to heart? It's like there was something personal in it for her, but I may never know because everyone related to the case is either dead or missing, starting with Kate Walker. Once again, I am, as ever, at your service and await your instructions. Respectfully yours, Nick Canton. Oh, did we put... I'm assuming she put Oscar back into the body there. We saw him on the train.
This is the map of the shuttle. I should be able to use it to find my carriage.
Oh, did we... I think it said 5, right? No, that's airport ticket. Well, that says 3.
A Ticket validator. I guess I have to use it to set the day. I should set the month here.
I have no idea what day it is. Is that what the journal's for? December 2nd, 2005.
I guess I have to use it to set the day. The default setting on the dials shows the wrong date. The default setting on the dials shows the wrong date. The default setting on the dials shows the wrong date. The default setting on the dials shows the wrong date. I guess I have to use it to set the day. I should set the month here.
December.
The default setting on the dials
Okay, I
shows the
clearly
wrong
don't
date.
know what day it is. I thought maybe it was in December. Alright, so you have to figure out the day. That's car 3, though.
Saying goodbye to Vaughan is harder than I thought. I've only been here a few days, and yet, now that I know how much this place is linked to my own history, I feel attached to it.
I know, right? Y'all got like a newspaper or a clipping or something I can look at? What if I just ask somebody, you know what today is?
The deportation trains left Vaughan from this station during the Second World War. How many lives did those brown shadow barbarians destroy? Is there any justice for those who were massacred? Not sure if this is the right carriage. I better check the number on the ticket.
Is not. Maybe the ticket says what day it is. I didn't think about that, but maybe the ticket has 11:30. Yeah, my bad. 30:11. There we go. That totally makes sense. Dude, neat. It's so elaborate. Unnecessarily so. No, it said look. I was just looking. I was observing. Okay. Don't put your hand under that. Or do.
I'll need some ink before I can stamp it.
There could have been ink on it still. I didn't know I was done. Very smart machine. I'll put some holes in that jammy.
This ticket will take me to the international airport of Vaughan, and from there, back to New York. My ticket's all set now. My carriage number.
Who knows what a carriage is? No one knows. This day and age, it could be anything. I need a telephone, okay?
That's my shuttle. Once it's taken me to the airport, I'll just use the ticket for New York that Olivia sent me, and that'll be the end of my voyage.
Was it just an open-ended ticket? Those things exist for airplanes? Lies. Like, if you're not there for your ticket, you're just hosed, right? Very immersive ticket forging, if only. We're just validating. That'd be cool if we got to forge a ticket, though. Put in some dollars. I know all the numbers. A 4, a W, 6, potato. That's a phone number.
Hello?
Olivia? It's me.
What do you want, Kate? Didn't we say everything last time?
You were right, Olivia. I've been chasing moonbeams ever since my mom died. But I found my grandmother.
Your grandmother? But Kate, she died years ago in New York.
No, I mean my real grandmother. Never mind. It's a long story. I'll explain everything when I get back.
Oh, you mean...
Yes, I'm flying back to New York.
That's wonderful, Kate. I better tell Mr. Canton. He's still on your case, you know. The police will probably be waiting for you at the airport, but don't worry. Dan has connections. I'm sure he'll be able to help. Maybe he can persuade Marston and Lorman to drop the charges.
Okay, thanks. That would be a relief. I gotta go. The airport shuttle's about to leave.
Yes, go ahead. We'll meet you at JFK. I'm proud of you, Kate. You've made the right decision.
Olivia?
Yes?
What am I gonna apologize for? Like, what the fuck would she apologize? I'm sorry for what? Dude, this woman was so self-centered and stole our fiance. And now we're gonna apologize to her for what?
Listen, I'm truly sorry for everything that's happened since I left New York. It's just that I just had to get away. I needed a change of life, to be free. It was like a calling. And now that I've been following that calling for the past few years, I realize that I'm not the person I thought I was back in New York. I am that strange person who jumps from train to train, a traveler without a destination, just like that old shaman once called me.
What are you talking about? Which shaman?
It doesn't matter now. I guess what really counts is that I have no regrets about being my true self over these past years.
But do you really?
I know, Olivia. I know I've hurt people while going through this journey. My mom, Dan, you. I know that. And I'm so sorry, Olivia, for all the hurt I've caused you personally.
Thank you, Kate. It does me good to hear it. And, well, you know what? I'm starting to like this new Kate.
Listen, I'd better go now, Olivia. I'll call you if I can from the airport once I've got a flight.
Yes, you'd better get going. You take care, Kate.
Okay, you too. Bye now. Talk later.
Olivia's not gonna apologize for all the shitty things she did to us and said to us. No, we're just gonna be the only one that's gonna be the... You got some terrible friends, Kate. Some damn terrible... I'm sorry. Like, no, your friend should apologize.
This is the right carriage, but the door's still shut.
Please present your ticket.
You got it, pal.
Looks like this mechanism is connected directly to the door.
Hmm. Now everyone pile in. At least she didn't have to buy a ticket for Oscar.
So, is this really the end of the journey?
Yes, Oscar. I'm afraid it really is. This ticket will take me to the international airport of Vaughan, and from there, back to New York. My carriage number.
A plane ticket to New York that never expires, apparently. World traveler, Catherine Walker. He's got a flight number and everything, but it was like years ago. Like, this ticket's literally from years ago. But she don't have to worry about that. It's good for whenever. Now, I want to talk to Oscar. Nikki Rauker?
You look sad, Kate Walker. The train will be leaving soon. Won't the customs officer get nervous at seeing me with you on the flight to New York, Kate Walker? You look sad, Kate Walker.
It also is after 9/11, so they don't allow you on the plane with like weird shit, right? How is that so difficult? Do it. That's where her grandma could be, right? You haven't found her. Screw New York. She just said she's the one that jumps.
That's all they ever talked about. How they were going to live over there after the war, along with Ludwig and his tribe.
I left the United States for the only destination that had any meaning for me. Farewell, my dear Lenny.
The only destination that had any meaning.
Kate Walker? Is everything all...
I know where she is, Oscar. I know where Dana went after she left America.
The train for the airport is about to depart. All passengers,
Come on, Oscar, we gotta go.
take your seat. Anyone not going to the airport is kindly asked to leave the train immediately.
Must go faster. Moving. So he's going home too.
Mr. Ludwig, what are you doing here?
Going home.
What about Demoiselle Lenny?
Lenny's gone. In her sleep. Too much guilt. Too much sorrow.
Oh.
I took her in the mountain with Leon. They're together now. What about you, Kate Walker?
I'm going back home too. In a way.
Well, all right. Dude, I really like this game. Aside from that one, like, putting the troops on the ground, like, finding out where they were, I think that puzzle was abysmal. Aside from that, I love this game. Super linear. Not the puzzling was a lot simpler than some of the other games. It didn't feel as elaborate as some of the other games, but honestly, I like the story the best out of this one. The story's been the most captivating point, I think, about the games, is that they've just been like interesting stories to go along with. And I think the reason why I like the story in this one so much is just mainly because it's so personal to her. She's been on this quest doing things kind of for herself, but this one's like just her, you know. It mixes in some elements from the past games, like you see how Hans Vorarlberg has like had little bits of input just about all over Europe, or a bunch of different places of Europe, and that's cool. So there's still like automatons and stuff like that. He had like a hand in helping rebuild Wagen, but this is like purely, and what a coincidence that, you know, she's in jail and stumbles across a slavery prison, that she stumbles across this former, I guess, still buried treasure that happened to have a painting of her long lost grandma, the grandma she didn't even know she had. I don't even know that she knew that her, like, this is all new, like, this past stuff. Like, they didn't really talk too much about Kate's past, so we don't know if she knew that her mother was adopted or not. Like, they don't really say one way or another. But, like, I like the story. I like the story a lot, and this is, I mean, graphically a huge step up from the third game. You know, you have again, another fully 3D rendered world, but holy crap, does it look nice. Like, the aesthetics of the game are fantastic. Super linear. Super linear. You're not really in Syberia 1 and 2, you have like these big areas you get to kind of wander around and explore in, and the areas in this one and kind of the third one are kind of like, well, the third one had some larger areas to it, like when you would go to the Olympic Stadium, that area is pretty big to wander around in. This one, very small areas. There's not a lot of like wandering around, and they reuse some areas too, even though they change their aesthetics depending on the time period that you go into, but it's very beautiful. It's very pretty. I like the atmosphere that they set up in it. It's quite nice. And the storytelling is absolutely fantastic. It really is. The characters that you meet, the lore that you get to read about, you know, the notes, the diaries and all that. It's all very elaborate and builds into something. Even though, I mean, I've seen lots of stories before. I think I saw some of this stuff coming a mile away. I mean, I think I mentioned pretty early on that, like, I figured Dana Rose was like a relative, a grandma of hers. And that it completely lined up. And like when we got to the cemetery and they were like, oh, you know, the child died in birth and labor, I was just like, no, I bet you they took this opportunity to discreetly take the child away. And I figured they put it up for adoption. And now, I didn't guess that the Zimmers would have taken it, but yeah, there are a couple of story points that I don't think that they hide exceptionally well. I don't think that they were necessarily trying to. They were definitely trying to pull the wool over your eyes a little bit. They tried to throw you off the trail with the daughter dying, you know, but I was like, but what if? But that's okay. I don't mind that. I like the story. The game controls a little clunky. It's not as goofy as the last game. Syberia 3 is definitely, it had some issues with like you walk too close to an object and now you can't interact with it. You still kind of have to be in a specific position, and you don't control great in this. You still are a little loose walking around. I don't understand why so many adventure games use this style of like clunky walking around. Like, maybe it's supposed to, like, feel more natural, but I wish it just controlled slightly better. But that aside, I mean, it's not really that big of an issue. We're not, like, precision platforming, you know. The puzzles are a lot of fun. The puzzles that are there are a lot of fun. Just that one puzzle I just wasn't a fan of, because they intentionally just... It's a really, I mean, if you're gonna call it a red herring, it's one of the dirtiest red herrings I've used in a game. I've seen in a game. It's really dirty. Like, they tell you one area, and it's just, it's meant to throw you off, but it's terrible. It's an awful clue as to like what you're supposed to be doing there. It really is. And I mean, I kind of understand that they're trying to like portray that these are the allies and over on the other shore are the Axis, but that doesn't mean that there can't be troops over in that area. I feel like that's probably a really poorly done puzzle. That aside, the majority of the puzzles feel natural. That's one of the nice thing about this series, is that like the way you go about solving the puzzles feels logical. The puzzles in this were definitely more simple. That's all right. You know, that's all right. It doesn't need to be like extremely elaborate and crazy puzzles. That's the nice thing about the Syberia series, is that just about everything kind of like works within the world, even if it is a little fantastic. You know, I kind of didn't think that they were going to find a abominable snowman, Yeti, Gorin, whatever their race is called. Kind of didn't think it, and holy crap, they're like highly intelligent and they can talk. I mean, that's the thing about like the great apes and monkeys and stuff. They don't really have the vocal cords to be able to in mouth, proper like mouth shape to talk. So it's interesting that they like, you know, they're walking upright on two legs and they're able to speak and stuff. It might be simple speaking. We didn't get to really interact with Ludwig too much, but he seemed to be a relatively intelligent, if not, you know, I mean, he went into like a crazy beast mode rage when his friend got shot, tore up the brown shadow, you know, still some of those like basic animal instincts, but he seems like a good guy. I like him. Yeah, all the characters were interesting. I like the story arcs. I like the character building. Some of the stuff I do feel kind of weird, and I probably shouldn't have chosen it because it's not something that I would have. That idea that Kate feels like she owes something to these people that were nothing but terrible to her. Like awful to her, just awful to her, that she owes anything to them. Kind of rubs me the wrong way. Those people deserve to apologize to her, not the other way around. Sure, maybe she hasn't treated them the greatest, but it's not without cause. It's not without cause, and she doesn't need to be the first one apologizing. They need to come to her and apologize. Yes, you know, missing out on your mother's funeral and all that, but like her friends and family members were nothing but like disrespectful and horrible towards her. At least based on what I've experienced here, you know, what we have been shown. But I like this game. I loved this a lot. I was kind of nervous the way some people had talked about Syberia 3 and 4, but this is the most like heartfelt and touching out of all of them. Like it's very personal for Kate, and I like that a lot. I like that a lot. I don't know how much there really is to like talk about here. I feel like the puzzles worked really well. Like, we really didn't get stumped on much of anything. They felt a lot more simple than the last game. And that could also be, I feel that when it was kind of the same with Myst. You know, you get into that mindset of like working through puzzles and seeing how they're like designed specifically. And so you kind of like merge into that mindset. So maybe just because I've played 1, 2, 3, and 4 all back to back, maybe just getting into that mindset kind of like worked a little bit better. Maybe some of them were like a lot more difficult. I don't know. It's like starting to read Shakespeare. You start to read Shakespeare and you're like, man, this is kind of rough. And the more you read it, the more you kind of get used to the prose and context of everything. It's the same here. I didn't feel like the puzzles were exceptionally challenging though, but like I said, maybe it was just like getting into that mindset of like the puzzling and just more used to it. But they felt nice. Like I didn't feel like they were obtuse or strange or wrong or anything like that, by and large, except for that one placing the troops down. That one I did not like. That's one of the worst. It's one of the worst because it intentionally tells you the wrong information. Like I'm just not okay with that. Like you told me to do something, but you told me the wrong information. There was no way I was figuring that out otherwise. Without getting that hint from Alcaris, I don't think I would have figured that out. I would have screamed at the at the screen for a lot longer than that. I don't think I would have ever thought to try to like adjust those troops there in that way, because I thought I had put the tank in the right spot. It's moving from Belgium to Caen, or yeah, it was Caen. No, Le Havre. It was in the middle. It was moving from Belgium to there. So putting another Sam there just wouldn't have made sense. It just wouldn't have made sense. I don't think that I ever would have tried that. Maybe I would have. Maybe after a while I just would have like started to fuck around with a bunch of different... I did not like that one. I did not like that. It felt wrong to me. That aside, yeah, like that the final puzzle there, like doing the automaton in Lenny's room, I really like that one. That one was like quite involved. I also like the radio one. That was pretty cool too. Like you did a little bit of Morse code there. They're relatively simple puzzles, but they felt good solving. Like they were fun. And like I said, I really enjoyed the world building. Like I liked going around and talking to the characters and stuff. Even people that you didn't need to talk to or anything like that, they all felt like they added something to the game. Going back and talking to characters after you got more information from like the surroundings and stuff like that, and they had more to say to you. Like I love that. I love that. I'd be hesitant to say that this is my favorite one because I'm coming off of this as the last one that we played. I feel like 3 was a little bit of a step down from 1 and 2, but I feel like this is like back to form. The sad thing is Benoit so-called died. So I don't know. I know they're making another game. It's called Amazon, and I think it's a prequel to this. I want to say I don't want a prequel. I want to see where like Kate's adventure goes to next. I could care less about a prequel. I don't know if Benoit left it. Maybe we'll never get a finish to this. Maybe there'll never be an end. Maybe this is the final one that we're ever going to get as far as like Kate's adventure goes, and that would be a damn shame because I would love to see like where this part of the adventure ends up, like her finally being able to meet her grandmother, you know, after all this time. You lost your mom, so why can't her grandma still be alive, you know? Maybe that'll give her some sort of, also like give her the closure that she's never going to be able to get from like not being there in her mother's dying moments, you know, or at the funeral. That's something that's going to hang over her the rest of her life. That's a big regret. And so, I mean, like being able to like meet your grandma and at least get something from there, I think that's a big one. I would love to see the end of what's going on there. Or maybe the Amazon will mix in things. Like I also liked the like switching back and forth between like the present and the past. There were like a couple of puzzles when we were rebuilding the automaton device, the musical device in the town square of Vagen, like being able to switch back and forth between Dana and Kate to like solve the puzzle. Really cool and fun, and there were some really clever things in there. Like one of the first ones that I went to, we were looking at a panel and it had a combination lock on it, so I was like trying to figure out the combination. I was like, oh, this is wrong, and then you look back over where you got the combination from and something felt off, and I could see that it wasn't the front of the panel, it was the back side because the wheel wasn't there. But that was like those little things like there where you have to pay attention to detail to figure out the puzzle. Like I love that shit, man. The people that work on this, that are doing the puzzles in these games, I don't know if it's going to be the same people because there was a big gap between 2002 to 2016 when the third game came out. So there were like a good like 14 years in between there. I don't know if it's the same group of people, but whoever they have doing the design of the puzzles in these games, they're doing a great job. And whoever they have doing the writing, I'm sure Benoit Socal wasn't the only person working on the writing. I didn't look at the credits while they were going by, but they did a great job. Like the puzzle building, the world design, like taking the automaton tram, it kind of reminded me, I said this earlier, of The Sixth Day. It's an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, and you know, Arnold is like out looking for a toy for his kid at the beginning of the movie, and he gets into a cab, and the cab driver is just like the upper torso of a puppet, a mannequin, a mechanical robot kind of thing. He's like, hello, sir. You know, and then he's like, it's a self-driving, vehicle. And that kind of reminded me of the automaton on the tram. It's just the upper torso, like, controlling the tram to make it look like, something else is a part of this, to give it that human touch and feel of it. I like that. It's cool. The entire world has that. Just seeing the automatons, like the little automatons all throughout the game is just a lot of fun. And then seeing, like, the different generations of Vagen. I really enjoyed that. Like the areas just were lush and detailed, and the atmosphere was just on point, man. I'm gushing a lot, but I really enjoyed this. Like I want to say that this was I like this better than 3. I think 3 was fun, but I think this was better than 3. Kind of think it's better than 1 and 2 as well. There's just something, I like the personal touch to this, but I loved Syberia 1 and 2. Like, those are some of the best point-and-click adventure games I've played. And they have an interesting story going along with it, too. Like, you're like, shit, mammoths that could still possibly exist? I want to see this. There's just a lot of mystery going on there. Who is this Hans Vorarlberg and all that? Like, there's a lot going on there. Like, I really like 1 and 2. They are well-told stories, especially from, like, 2002, video game storytelling, even in adventure games, was still kind of okay-ish, you know, but the storytelling in those games was very well done. Very well done. And I feel like it kept getting better. I really enjoyed these games. I wonder... Oh, my controller's off. I wonder if you can go back chapters. Like, you think the game would let you go back chapters? What would happen if we hit continue? What? Oh, you just end up at the train station. I was wondering if you could, like, chapter jump. I mean, maybe you can. Do you think that this would allow me to, like, go somewhere? Like, if I wanted to go to here. Nope, it just puts you on the train. Maybe there is a chapter select. Maybe you just have to click it. I didn't, like, confirm it with the A button. Or maybe it's just... Maybe the postcards and information there is just for that. No, nothing... It doesn't seem that you can select it. Or at least that I can tell. You just get little information from all the little chapters there. It would have been nice if there was a chapter select. All tracks lead back. What happens on previously? Does it tell all the Syberia stuff, or yeah, it goes back through all of them? I guess you would have to start the game over again if you wanted to, like, go back and see anything. I don't know if we got, like, all the achievements or anything in the game, but I really enjoyed this. This game was an absolute delight. I thought it was freaking fantastic. I really enjoyed it. We missed 3 achievements. That's a shame. I don't know what they are. One was I missed all the photos in Rose's home. Dang. Wonder how many we missed. It was pretty thorough looking around. Try to call a number from one of the previous games at the Academy of Music. Report Lenny. Then try to justify your actions years later. Yeah, we did not... so you would have to play through again to get that one. Report Lenny. We were 3 achievements away from finding everything. Ah, well. I'm not gonna play the entire game again just to do that, or like just try to, like, rush through it to do that. It's a lot of work, man. It's a lot of work. Maybe if there was, like, a chapter select and you could, like, jump through, maybe I would try to do that just to get 100% there, but this was fun. I had a really good time with Syberia 4. Syberia 4 is a it's a solid game. It's a absolutely solid game. I really enjoyed doing this. I enjoyed the crap out of it. Good times. Good times, guys. Good times. Let's go raid. Let's go raid. I'll be back tonight, guys. I'll be back tonight. And we will play something new. I don't know what we're gonna play that's new. I'm not sure. I'll have to put my thinking cap on. I have some ideas of what I want to play, but I'm not entirely sure. We're gonna go raid Mrs. Cookie. She's playing some top-down. It kind of looks like Undertale. It's not. It's got like a similar look to it. She's playing some like games and demos and stuff, so we'll find out what it is. But either way, guys, enjoy your mornings, afternoons, evenings, whatever you got going on today. Have great Tuesdays. It's the Great Tuesday. I need to go take the trash out, but I'll be back tonight. We will play something brand new. I honestly have no idea what we're going to play. I honestly have no idea what we're going to play. I've really enjoyed playing through these Syberia games. This this was nice. This was nice. I did not intend to play through all 4 of them. I thought I was just going to play the first one and then do something else, and then I was just like, nah, we're going to play them. So I really don't know what I want to play after this. Like, I kind of feel empty because I want to keep playing more of them. This was a really fun journey to go on, so I don't know. Like, I've got this void now. I feel sad. We've been playing it for, like, you know, a week and a half now or something like that. Either way, guys, go say hey to Mrs. Cookie. She's cool. Peace out, nerds. Bye-bye. Enjoy your Tuesdays. Go raid.